Redditors who quit their jobs in a blaze of glory. What's your story? This is sort of the opposite, but whatever. I was working for a tech startup in '98 that was growing by leaps and bounds, and one day they recorded the department and promoted this guy, let's call him Teddy, who had been there for like 2 weeks, to manager. He had 4 or 5 people working for him, and he treated them all like shit. They were all self-motivated senior level people, and he treated them like children. He micromanaged their work, berating everything they did, complained when they had to leave work for stuff like a dentist appointment or a sick kid. When he first took over, he tried to enforce a policy where none of them could check in code unless he code reviewed it in person and then did the check-in himself. That lasted less than 2 weeks. He reviewed an existing, approved schedule for a software release, decided it wasn't aggressive enough, told his superiors that they were going to pull it in by 3 months, and then ordered everyone to work weekends. Not because there was a business need, but because he wanted to show them that he could get stuff done. After a few months, this woman, let's call her Kelly, who was working for him, gave her 2 weeks notice, saying that she was offered a managerial job at another company. Teddy lost it. You could hear him screaming through the walls of his office. Then as she walked out of the office and he followed her to the exit, shouting at her the whole time, "You're faking worthless, Kelly. You're going to fail. Don't come crawling back looking for a job. I'm glad to see you go. Now I can hire someone with real skills," etc., etc. For at least a month after she was gone, he would randomly just say shit, like, "I can't believe that beach just up and left. What a cunt," or "Oh, Kelly really faked things up good. We are probably going to miss our release date because of how she left things." Bowers sat down privately with the guy to talk things over, and then he started bitching about hours. They're covering their ass so they don't get sued. They don't give a shit about good company men like me. A few months later our company was acquired, and we went to the welcome meeting that the other company had set up. Their CTO and the VP of development spent about a half hour each talking about strategic vision, how the changes would affect us, the usual stuff, and then the VP said, "But there will be at least one familiar face to help with the transition. I think most of you know Kelly Johnson. She used to work here. She'll be the senior manager in charge of the products team moving forward." So, everyone looked back at Teddy, who was white as a sheet and looked like he was about to have a heart attack. He was gone within a month. Working in Wings Place just out of college as a cook. Start working there and everything is going okay except for the fact that I'm really underpaid. I was making minimum wage as one of 2 cooks in the restaurant. Work there for a few months and the manager sits down to talk with me. We discuss a few things and I bring up the fact that I really deserve a raise. I was working 50 to 60 hours a week and the compensation, based on my effort, really wasn't evening out. He basically told me to fuck off and that cooks are a dime a dozen. So I told him I was disappointed with his retort. Times were tough for me at that time, so I bit my lip and just went back to work. The next few months were hell. The manager of the restaurant would openly put me down in front of other employees and constantly berate me for asking for more money. He would put me on back-to-back opening and closing shifts and send people home on purpose, so I would be the only one left to clean the kitchen at the end of the night. I was beginning to lose my chill with this job. So finally Super Bowl Sunday rolls around, and for those unaware, this is a very busy day for restaurants that make wings. I get into work and everyone is already pissed. I ask what's up, and they tell me the other cook didn't show up and nothing is prepped for the day. I roll up my sleeves and start working. We get everything set, and I start making wings for the orders. I'm working my ass off, and my manager comes up to me and starts giving me the same sheet. The phones are ringing like crazy and honestly there are more orders than the restaurant can handle. It's faking chaos. Then some of the manager's friends, not employees, come into the kitchen and start faking with all my stuff. Moving things, disorganizing stuff, sitting on my prep counters. I tell them to gtfo and my manager storms in and lays the fuck into me. Tells me I'm a worthless piece of shit. I never do anything right. I'm not worth more than minimum wage and I never faking put in any extra effort. Point, that was it. My brain just clicked and I stopped giving a fuck about anything. I stood up straight and stretched out my arms wide. Slowly took off my kitchen apron and removed my hat. Stared dead in the manager's eyes and calmly but sternly said, "Have an enjoyable Super Bowl Sunday." I threw the apron and my hat in the fry oil basins, grabbed my bag, and walked past the rest of the employees whose mouths were hanging open, and out the back to the ever-fading ring of phones ringing. Arrived at my home, and met up with my roommates. I told them the story and we decided to order 200 wings and watch the game. Edit. Thanks for the gold, guys. I don't know what it does, but I imagine it's better than Reddit Silver TLDR. The wings were undercooked and oversauced, but I was just the right amount of salty. I was an investigative reporter in Cleveland and had turned in a solid story about State Senator Kevin Cowlin using his campaign finance money to buy tickets to Ohio State games and hotel rooms for his mistress. It was approved by the editor and publisher, but the CEO Matt Haggerty spiked it when Cowlin threatened a lawsuit. I told him to go fuck himself on conference call with his people. Before security escorted me out of the building, I sent the spiked story to everyone in my Rolodex. It circulated the state house and a couple weeks later, Cowlin dropped out of the race for governor. I sued the paper and Cowlin for wrongful termination. Cowlin agreed he never had grounds for a lawsuit, and I settled with the company. Slate and a few other places wrote about my graceful exit. 10/10ths would tell him to go fuck himself again. Edit. Here's the article. Edit 2. I thought I was too late to the party, but then it blew up. Thanks for all the kind words. Thankfully, losing that job gave me the free time I needed to finish up a novel, and now I get to do that for a living. Funny how things work out. Edit 3. Dude, you really didn't have to gild me. That's very nice. Thank you. Final edit. Haggerty and Time Shamrock sold the company long ago. Scene is good again, publishing the best investigative journalism on both sides of the Cuyahoga. I worked at a travel agency as an in-house web designer. I also did general office tasks. One day my boss, who boasts about traveling 120 days a year, decided to go on vacation in Europe, along with most of the office, leaving me to hold down the fort. I was fine with it, since there was likely very little work to be done, and I was going to make a lot of extra money. When he got back, a customer complained that their cruise they had booked online was cancelled. I was blamed for it because, apparently, I was supposed to process their payment in our system. Bear in mind, this was not my client. I had no knowledge of any responsibilities toward this client, and it was not part of my normal duties to process any payments. So at the end of the day my boss took me to the back room, a cramped, uncomfortable space, to talk to me about how I had faked up. I denied everything, because this was my boss' way of placing the blame on someone else for his own mistakes. He told me to take 2 days off to think about how I can grow with the company, and finished by tapping my shoulder and saying "grow up you /Mergo" and giving me a douchey looking smile. To top it off, he had also reduced my hourly rate by $1 per hour. After I had worked there with distinction for almost a year, I was absolutely livid. As soon as I left for the day, I went home, chilled out, and starting planning my next move. The next day I applied for a couple of jobs and got an interview on the second day at another company. I was offered the position and started a couple weeks later. When I went back to the travel agency, I sat down and waited for my boss, who always had a habit of coming in late. Once he did, I said, quite loudly, "I came here to let you know that I quit. I don't want to continue to work for you for less money. I also expect to find my final check in my mailbox by next Monday at my regular pay rate." He only replied with, "Do you have a timesheet?" To which I said, "It's your responsibility to keep track of my hours, so you'd better have them." He then said, "Okay, have a nice day." And that was the end of it. I ended up taking him to court later over unpaid wages, and won. Not the best way to earn a severance, but it works. Interning at a tech startup. This was years ago, when I was still eager, young, and was gagging to prove myself. The culture was such surfer douchebag bro, it was unbearable. Please note this was in Manchester, England. How can you develop this wannabe synchron attitude in a place that gets so much rain that at times you feel like collecting 2 of each animal just in case? They needed me to model some financial metrics / funding assumptions and promised me a bonus payment. Find out bonus payment was just a prank bro through one of the few good dudes there. I had an offer from a bulge bracket bank to start in 2 months. So I made the model. No reason to fuck over the few good dudes there, but I password protected the whole sheet in Excel, so you could only gain outputs, not change anything in the model. Meaning they would have to redo the whole thing. When I left .fac.m.edit, apparently 47 people, and counting, tell me that brute forcing an Excel password is very easy. I know that it caused them mild inconvenience, but more importantly I hard coded all the financing modeling, so needs to be redone anyway. But frankly, despite its effectiveness, the spirit of my rebellion will never be extinguished. I fought the coder surfer one ape douchebags not so that I may bask in some ultimate victory, but because those who decide that they shall not keep it real must be fought on pure principle. Alone. Growing up in a small town, the guy that umpires all the little league games was a great umpire, but he had some issues upstairs, like he was somewhere on the autism scale. But like folks with some form of autism, he could pick one thing and focus on it and be good. His thing was baseball. Anyhow, the end of the little league season, the coaches wanted to have a tournament with all the teams in town. I think there was like 6 teams that hadn't been planned on. The city didn't budget for it. So everyone pitched in to get the fields ready, and the umpire was more than happy to volunteer to ump the games anyhow. Being that this was now some arbitrary tournament, some parents started giving the umpire a hard time, and by the time it got to the championship game, one guy in particular was ruthless. So finally the umpire had enough, threw off his mask, and lost his mind on the dude, going, "Fuck you, I have had enough of your shit. You want to have an faking umpire this game, do it your faking self," and on for a couple minutes. And then he got on his bike and ride away. Another parent who played college baseball stepped into umpire, and the dickhead parent was told to get the fuck out. The sad thing is the original umpire never worked for the recreation department again. Like the one thing this dude could do normally was taken away from him. There wasn't even a trophy or prize involved in this tournament. It was just an opportunity for 11-year-olds to play a few more games. Fuck man, now I'm pissed. I worked at a technical support call center for almost a decade. The average burnout time/turnover is 6 months. I was sitting in a meeting and they were ragging on us for sending too many boxes. The week previously we were sitting in the exact same room being ragged on for not sending enough boxes. I had a rough year, and I was just sitting there dying inside. I had this sudden epiphany. Every day since I had walked in the door of that place was worse than the last. There was literally no reason for me to be there. That thought just popped into my head like a light bulb went off. I got up in the middle of the meeting and walked out without a word. The SDM that was giving the meeting's mouth hung open. He wasn't used to the drones doing things like this. He started after me, and I ignored him. I went back to my desk, gathered up some things, gave a few other things to some people, and got out a goodbye email. The whole time the SDM getting more and more agitated, trying to talk to me, eventually yelling. I just ignored him like a bad smell at a dinner party. So I just went home. They called and called for days. Eventually a supervisor I had on Facebook messaged me. He was an okay dude, and I told him flatly that no, I wasn't returning. He said they had all this paperwork to do and an exit interview and so on. I said no, I wasn't going back on that floor. I wasn't going to sit in an office like a bad teenager in the principal's office. It was over. It was done. We finally agreed to meet downstairs in an empty cubicle. I flatly didn't agree to anything, didn't sign anything, just gathered whatever sheet they had for me and left. For only a decade they dictated everything in my life, my sleep schedule, my family life, holidays. They went so far as to time to the second how long I was in the bathroom during the day. That was all over. They had no more control over me, and I enjoyed making that clear. I used to work in an aquatic center many moons ago. I'd worked there several years and all my colleagues were really good people, intelligent and passionate about the business. The company owner however took real liberties with his staff. Paid less than minimum wage and pushed employees to work beyond their job description whilst being a general as whole to boot. One employee in particular had worked there for several years, worked harder than everyone, was made to do the owner's personal bidding like his washing and cleaning his car etc. and was paid sweet F all which he used to support his ill mum who he lived with. The problem is, nobody ever spoke up against him as everyone needed their jobs. No matter how bad it was paid, it was better than nothing. The day I decided I was leaving, I prepared a hefty stack of legal papers and a note. The note effectively stated that, firstly, I was leaving my job, but secondly, here's a list of all the times he's underpaid staff, illegally overworked his staff, taken advantage of them, illegally paid cash in hand, avoided taxes, and generally been a shitty boss. I explained that he's got away with it this far, but it's only a matter of time until the staff that he treads on rise up against him and or leave. I explained that it only takes one message from any member of staff to get him into a lot of trouble, but they haven't. I told him he needs to start taking care of his staff, treating them with respect, and paying them a fair wage. I never heard back from the boss himself, but the following evening I got a call from one of the members of staff saying the boss came in that day, gave everyone a pay rise, increased holiday days, and personally thanked everyone for their hard work. Not exactly a blaze of glory, but I'm happy I managed to help those who stayed. Edit. Wow. I honestly thought this was going to be just a little partially off topic post, but my first ever gifted gold? Thanks everyone. You're all awesome. Edit. 2. Another gifted gold? Wow, that's insanely nice of you all. Thank you again. Had a summer job at an industrial clothes rental and washing place. Sheet comes in from slaughterhouses and similar places, then sits in the summer heat 4 days before it arrives. There were sometimes open knives in those moldy overall pockets. We had to check those pockets W/O gloves, and were yelled at if we cut ourselves and went to get medical attention or just to disinfect the wounds. After 2 weeks I started recording what was going on and reported it after another week. Couple of months later, I testified in court, then heard nothing for years. At first, it seemed to have no effect, but after talking to the guy who got me the gig, I found out that the owner is in prison for a ton of stuff, breaking labor laws being one of the minor charges. Not exactly a blaze of glory, but rather a small spark that started a slow burn. Edit. Fixed autocorrect. Edit 2. Comprehensive write-up of the story. Now that I'm not on the phone, the story takes place in Germany. Summer 2010. I got a summer job at what is essentially an industrial clothes rental and laundry shop. Think overalls. Total duration of 3 weeks. When the clothes arrived at my job, I, along with 2 others, had to follow this procedure. Dump them into metal bin, sort them by manufacturer, severity, and kind of the dirt/stains, manufacturer, and color. Check the pockets for loose items like change, wrenches, etc. We didn't get gloves for this. Scan a barcode that was sewn into the overalls. You had a certain number of codes you had to scan per hour, which would be okay for people who have been properly instructed on the procedure and had some experience. That is, recognize all of the above sheet at a glance. We all were students aged 16, 18 who had never really worked before, so we were slow at first. This meant that we were yelled at, told to skip our breaks, that is, clock out for your break, go back to work, clock back in after 30 minutes, by the boss himself. On top of this, one of the main clients is a slaughterhouse that lets the clothes sit in bags for a week before sending them in. In the middle of a summer with 38°C peak temperatures, they also worked with some knives akin to box cutters which they frequently forgot in their pockets. Sometimes we an open blade. 2.0. When those overalls came in, everyone got some cuts on their hands. When we went to report the wounds, get them disinfected and patched up, each of us were told to shut the fuck up and go back to work. After 2 weeks, I was fed up and started bringing my digital camera to work, hid it in my clothes, and recorded the conditions when we were unsupervised, as well as the audio of multiple run-ins with the boss. After the last week was up, I went to the police with all the evidence and filed charges. Early in 2011, I was called to court to give my statement, but didn't keep up with the legal proceedings. 2 months ago, I visited my hometown and ran into one of the guys who worked there with me. He told me that the boss/owner was in jail. During the investigation, the police found out that on top of endangering workers and breaking labor laws, he was involved with drugs and avoided taxes, among other things. Not me, but my dad. He was a partner in a software company and they were undergoing a merger. There was a ton of confusion in the move, and one guy was trying to take advantage of the situation. He was from the other company. He fired my dad for no real reason. However, my dad was so well liked that many of the employees from his company walked out of the building when he left with his stuff. One guy apparently came running down to the parking lot because he realized that the guy did not have the authority to fire my dad. My dad puts his things in his car, goes back upstairs, fires the guy who tried to fire him, and quits. Edit. I'm surprised that so many people read and enjoyed this story. As I explained in another comment, my father is a big inspiration to me. He's also one of the most interesting people I have ever met. I could seriously fill a subreddit with his stories. I'm tempted to make one. A few things I have to clarify. I got it wrong a bit. The rescinding of the firings was not until a week after the decision. Also, they were fired with wild accusations about corruption and conspiracy. Though I knew this next part, I didn't really include it. It wasn't just my dad that was fired, but 4 of his partners with whom he had founded the company. Anyway, I believe this is what you're looking for. I think I removed all really solid identifying material, so please don't go looking into it too much. I also have an article that looks back a year later, but that one has too much personal information to be posted. P.S. My dad is the one who gave the little speech. Edit. People were reverse searching it, so I decided to take it down. Not me, but 2 people I worked with. I worked at a sushi restaurant that had a really high turnaround rate. The reason why is because one of the owners was a huge bitch who loved to yell at people. I saw people come and go. Most usually lasted only a few days. There was a sushi chef there that had been there for a while. He was pretty cool, and we got along great when we worked together. His girlfriend also worked there as a cashier, and a lot of times they were scheduled together. One Saturday that I was supposed to be off, I get a call from Carol, the beach boss, asking me if I could come in. Apparently Maximum and his girlfriend had had enough of her, and they both just straight up left and walked out of the restaurant. The place was pretty small, so usually it was just the cooks in the back, the sushi chef, and the cashier/delivery driver. So, when they left, they basically left the place empty aside from the cooks, who did not speak English that well. I decided to take the shift for the extra money, and when I got there, Carol was already there behind the sushi prep area making orders. She usually didn't come in at all on weekends, but would still watch the security cameras occasionally from her laptop at home, and if she saw you standing around doing nothing, she would call and yell at you. It turns out that was exactly what she did to Maximum and his girlfriend, and they had finally had enough. Carol showed me the security footage of Maximum yelling at her over the phone, hanging up, then taking off his apron, and both him and his girlfriend flipping of the security camera and walking out. She was showing me because she couldn't believe how disrespectful they were and how they could just leave the restaurant like that when there were customers in it. Personally, I thought it was pretty bad as they walked out together. I know I wanted to quit hundreds of times when I was there, but I was a broke college student that needed the money. Last I heard of them was they both got jobs at the sushi place that was competing with the restaurant I worked at. After working there for over 2 years, starting at the bottom when there were only 3 employees, including me, and becoming supervisor/manager, I was overdue a raise. The boss kept putting off our meeting to discuss, and I had prepped a small presentation to show what I had accomplished in my position over the past year. Meeting day finally came, and I spoke for 15 minutes to justify the raise that I had asked for, but instead of a negotiation I was told that my work had been unsatisfactory and they no longer wanted me to act as supervisor. This had come as a shock because they had never given negative feedback about the way I was running things, and they let me please my case for a raise seconds before terminating my responsibilities. Of course, they would love me to stay at the company and train the new hires at my current salary and work at entry-level tasks when there was no active training. They also expected me to stay in the role I was not excelling in for another 2 to 4 months, to allow them time to recruit my replacement and allow me time to get that person up to speed and adequately trained. The best part of all of this is that they had never hinted at or officially advised of any issues with the quality of my work. I walked out as soon as they were done speaking without saying anything. A few hours later he called asking if I would come back. The next morning I met with ours who expressed their apologies and shock and suggested I go and speak with the boss to see if things could be sorted, hoping to find a happy medium. So I went to his office, shut the door, and told him about how much of an ass he is, and how he lost all respect I ever had for him, but that I would finish the week and close my open cases without hinting to clients about how shitty everything was behind the scenes in exchange for a larger severance package, and being laid off. Turned out for the best, because I'm pretty happy where I'm now. I used to work recording concerts for my school's conservatory. Basically, students could pay a fee for the conservatory to record their concerts and put it on a CD for them. I had had the job as a work/study since I was a freshman, and I loved it. In the second half of my senior year, I received a call from my boss saying that I had messed up a CD and that I needed to meet him in the studio to fix it at 4 p.m. I thought that was an odd request. Mistakes sometimes happen, but all of the employees knew how to fix it themselves, and I was the most experienced worker he had at that point. I asked if I could just fix it earlier and submit it to our office assistant, but he insisted I come in at 4. I showed up about 15 minutes before 4 to figure out what had gone wrong. I put the CD in and immediately could hear that it was a CD of a completely different concert. That was really bizarre, but we had backups of all the audio, so I just burned another CD of the correct concert from that point. As the CD was burning, my boss came in and told me that I was fired. He said screwing up a CD that badly was unacceptable. I had never been fired before. This was the longest I had ever had a job, and I was totally blindsided. To this day I have no idea how the wrong concert ended up on that CD. The best I can figure is the office assistant mixed up CDs or something, but whoever's fault it was a really easy problem to fix. I argued with him for a bit by telling him that I thought he was making a mistake and this really wasn't a big deal. But he refused to listen. Just when I had resigned myself to my fate, the newly burned CD popped out of the computer. We both looked at it for about 5 seconds in silence. Then I laughed, handed it to him, and shook his hand, then walked out the door. I wasn't done, though. I loved that job, and I felt wronged. I was also saving up for a trip to Europe, and didn't want to have to cancel it. I already had tickets to Wacken, without a job or a girlfriend. I had a lot of time on my hands that last semester. So I decided I would just start my own business recording students' concerts using my own equipment. I charged a slightly lower fee than my former employer and put up ads online and around the conservatory. I advertised that I was more experienced than anyone working for conservatory audio, and frankly my equipment was better as long as they weren't playing at one of the bigger venues, especially for jazz. Also, instead of burning CDs I offered to just send it to them digitally, which a lot of students preferred because they would get it within an hour or two of the end of the concert, rather than several days later. College students are cheap, and it didn't take long before I had to hire my own assistant to keep up with all the concerts we were recording. I probably ended up cutting the conservatory audio department's business by at least 20%. My former boss was livid, and he made a couple of unsuccessful attempts to shut us down. I earned more money that semester than I probably had in my previous 3.5 years combined of working for someone else. I was just mad at myself for not doing it earlier. The only problem is I don't feel comfortable putting that job on my resume anymore. Was fed up with all the bullshit. Worked in a nursery setting with 1 to 5 year olds. I was basically left on my own with 15 plus kids on many occasions. This one morning people were taking the piss. I had handled handover when parents dropped their kids off, breakfast, setting up the room, running an activity, getting the kids in their coats/shoes for the garden etc. Before lunch, I get the children sat down for circle time for stories/ songs/ generally calming down, and I said to my colleagues, okay, someone needs to take circle time or come and sit with me while I do it and help keep the children calm. Their response? Why can't you do it? We are busy. Aren't you capable of doing it on your own? They were standing at the edge of the faking room drinking tea/coffee and chatting, so I looked at them, finally boiled over the top and went, out of earshot of the kids, "Fuck this shit, I'm done." Got my coat, walked out the back to the garden, Saw my wife/friend who worked with me, said him out, see you later, out the front gate, and rolled on home. Sent my boss a monster of an email calling her on all the shit that had gone down at the place and never heard from them again. Even got my last month's pay after specifically saying don't fucking bother. My wife was pissed and I was unemployed for 6 months before finding another job which put us in the shit. So I really wouldn't recommend it, but what I do recommend is finding a decent job with a good employer beforehand, not one that only sees qualifications and paper instead of work ethic. I worked at a supermarket chain in Australia doing night fill. At the time I applied for the job I was working somewhere else, but I was only getting 1 or 2 shifts a week. By the time I got the job I was on 4 to 5 days a week. It was about 3 to 4 months after that my grandpa started to get really sick, dementia. But I dealt with it and kept working the 70 to 80 hour weeks. Then about a month after that my nan had a serious stroke. The issue was she needed a stent put in, but she was on blood thinners. You can't do the surgery with her on them as she would bleed out, and without them, she would likely have another stroke, and seeing as she just had a massive stroke, if she did have another she would have likely died. Now I don't know if it was related or just bad timing, but my grandpa went from being bad to being a total shell on a person, and all the while I kept working both jobs. Till finally my grandpa died. Honestly, with the way he was in the last month he was already dead, but with my nan having to be told while she was in hospital that her husband had died and she was going in for surgery, I'm pretty sure I was having some sort of breakdown and called up my places of work and told them I need a break. My first place was very cool. They just said call us when you are ready to come back, your job will be waiting for you. I called up my night fill job and the first question I was hit with is why. I explained that I didn't want to have a customer come up to me and ask a question and just break into tears, and I thought it was best if I took 2 weeks to deal with the funeral and grief. I explained I didn't want paid leave as I just stared like 4 to 5 ago. The manager's reply, no joke, I'm sorry about your dead grandpa, but it doesn't take 2 weeks to bury a body. I didn't reply cause I was speechless. He said I expect to see you at work tomorrow, asked if I had anything else, then hung up. I was so mad/upset I couldn't think. Then I just snapped in my head and said fuck him, what will happen if I don't turn up? I get fired. Big deal. The whole reason I got the job cause I was understaffed at my other job. Now I'm not, so fuck him. Then I was like fuck it, if I'm gonna go out may as well go out big. So the next day I didn't go in, and as I expected he called my phone. What he didn't know was I was recording everything he was saying, and basically I went over the convo I had with him the day before about my dead grandpa and my nan, and how I asked for unpaid leave, and not only did he go off at me, but I got him to repeat the line about how it wouldn't take 2 weeks to bury my grandpa. He ended the call with you better get your ass here on time tomorrow or you faking us is fired. Edit. Forgot. As you would expect I didn't turn up the next day. As you would also expect he called me up pissed not knowing he was being recorded and just went off on me. When I butted in saying I told you my grandpa just died, his reply, I don't give a flying fuck about your dead grandpa. If I tell you to come into work you get your faking as into work. I warned you yesterday, consider yourself unemployed. Now I have to find someone to cover your shift for tonight, you selfish piece of shit. Then he hung up. I then called the HR department and played her the tape over the phone and said I was gonna take legal action. Basically it caused an internal shitstorm that led to me getting 48 missed calls in the 24 hours that followed. Basically they asked me to turn up for a friendly chat, and when I got there was a room full of lawyers waiting for me. Basically they said if I released the tape to the media they would sue me, and I said yeah, and you sue me and it just looks like you're bullying me to keep quiet. They offered me some bullshit amount like 1.5k, and I said something to the effect of you understand I have nothing to lose and I'm extremely pissed/upset. What you are paying me is what you're willing to pay me not to burn this motherfucking place to the ground. They asked me what I wanted, I said 15k. They balked. Then I said you can pay me 15k or I just give it to the media for free and watch as your Facebook gets slammed with hate. It's up to you. They paid me the 15k added too. I just wanted to say thank you to everyone that upvoted and commented. This was literally the worst moment in my life, and there are even some family members that have no idea, so it was really good to finally tell people. So thanks internet, you made my day. Blaze of glory, not really. Going out, well, I turned 20 years old. Working in a car dealership as a lot attendant. Basically parking cars and cleaning up garbage. I'm in charge of 5 other lot guys. It wasn't bad, but a new manager was hired, 27 years old, and on a total faking power trip. In my opinion, that is too young to be in charge of guys who have been working on cars for 25 to 30 years. Anyway, unknown to me, one day he throws a fit all red-faced and fires 4 of my 5 guys. We were a good team and shit got done. So I get called in on my day off to work, and being the nice guy I go in. Thus is when I find out my guys were fired. I get called into his office, and he lets me know it's my fault they got fired, and I need to adjust my attitude. I freak out internally. I manage to keep my head. I calmly tell him that he go fuck himself, and I won't be abused like that after faithfully doing my job. I'm done, and that he can park cars while it is a whole 5 degrees F outside. Before I can leave his office, the owner walks in, tells me to sit and take a deep breath. He sends the manager upstairs. Owner begs me to stay because he needs me to run the customer check-in in the lot. Gives me a small bonus and a $3/hour raise. Manager gets fired at the end of the pay week. Only job I ever tried to walk out of. Worked at Subway right out of high school. Became really good friends with one of the girls that worked there. We were the closest, and it was just a clusterfuck from day one. Beach manager worked mornings and thought she was the coolest badass on earth for being in her mid to late 20s and managing a Subway. Things had been bad for a while. We would be blamed for stuff we didn't do. Essentially anything that went wrong was our fault, because nothing the morning crew did could have been wrong as she was there. I don't know how many times we worked until 1 AM without pay, made us clock out half hour after close, but usually took us numerous hours to catch up and clean/do whatever the morning crew didn't do. We constantly talked about how we would quit, and we both basically came to the agreement that if one of us quits, the other will too. The day finally arrives. Actually, 2 days. The final straw was we got audited. We got audited in the morning and they did so many things wrong, it was an abysmal failure. Whose fault was it? Ours, of course. So, we both get yelled at and blah blah blah. This beach never took blame for anything. Well, the regional manager decided to send in a secret shopper during our shift to see how things were. We had no idea. The next afternoon, when we show up for our shifts, the regional manager is on the phone with store manager. She calls us into her office. He wanted to talk to us on the phone and puts the phone on speaker. He talked about how he sent in a secret shopper and they just raved about us too. They had great customer service. Store was clean. Lots of people in line, but we worked fast/efficient and we kept everyone in line, engaged, so it didn't feel like a long wait. With only 2 employees working, like always. So he just congratulated us and loved what he heard. Well, manager didn't like it, of course. So she talked about the audit and just blamed us again. That night we talked about quitting. She said she was doing it the following day. She did. She shows up in her normal clothes with a bag of her Subway uniform. Manager comes back from going to the bank or some shit and sees her sitting in the dining area. She knows what's up immediately because my friend has this shit-eating grin on her face. They go in the back and my friend just unloads on this twat, screaming and yelling at her and just making her look like a fool by basically knowing more about how to run the store than the manager does. Also, laws on getting paid. Manager was screaming that she'd get her check in 2 weeks and my friend did her research and found out where we live an employer must have wages within 2 days of employee quitting or being terminated. She leaves. I get done with dinner, Russian managers calls me in back and says, can you believe she would do something like that? I look at her and I say, of course I can. You're an extremely horrible manager. You don't take blame for anything that you do wrong and you throw it on us. You illegally make us work without pay and you're just an overall unpleasant person to be around. Get off your high horse. It's a Subway, beach. Handed her my apron and said I'll be nice and wash my shirt and I'll bring it back when we come. Do get our wages. Called. Friend. Hung out at her place. High fives around. Went in and got wages together 2 days later. Everyone smiled at us like you guys rock. Went to college. Have a great job now. Stopped in at a Taco Bell one afternoon for some lunch. Who do I see? Old Skankaroo. Her seeing me in a suite and all dressy and her being behind the counter being an assistant manager of a Taco Bell made my month. Immediately called old friend and we had a good laugh. Point, I'm not a terrible person. This lady was just a mega tool. And like I said, it was a faking Subway. I was a server in a really crappy restaurant. It was owned by a husband and wife. The wife was truly in charge and responsible for actually getting most things done. The husband was a hot-headed asshole who showed up from time to time to kick the cook out of the kitchen and play chef himself. He was terrible at cooking. His wife did her best to just keep him out of the restaurant altogether, but he was a hot-headed asshole and did as he pleased. Luckily he was also lazy and reiterating his work, so he wasn't there very often. Point anyway, one day on a slow morning, when I was the only server, he came in to cook breakfast and was just ruining everything. He was smoking a cigar in the kitchen, using way too much grease and burning things. Customers would order scrambled eggs and bacon. How hard is that? And he would give me black and mystery substances dripping with grease to bring to the table. I refused. He screamed at me within earshot of customers and told me he was the restaurateur, not me, so I had better do as I was told. So I took the sheet food to the tables. They complained and asked me to replace it while looking at me like they couldn't believe I would have brought it to the table in the first place. I brought it back to the kitchen and hothead can't believe they didn't want it. He doesn't believe me and yells at me some more. I'm not about to bring the same food out to the table, so I refuse and tell him to do it himself. As you can imagine, he did not like that very much and he let me know loudly, but he did take it out. They gave him the same response they gave me and he shouted at them. He shouted a whole rant at them about how they had no idea what food was and he grew up in Greece where food was an art and he went to school and owned a restaurant and what credentials did they have? Who were they to question his food? He told them his restaurant was only for people who truly appreciated food and they could just go eat somewhere else. They did leave in silence. I think they were too shocked at what had happened to come up with a rebuttal point. When he came back from his incident with them, he told me I was on thin ice and he didn't care for the backtalk I had given him. He said if I don't like the way he runs things I could just leave. I was the only server in the place. I was so pissed off I couldn't see straight, and he had just told me to leave if I didn't like how he operated. I didn't like how he operated, so I did leave. He must not have realized that there were no other servers, because I immediately got a voicemail about how it was all a misunderstanding and I should come back, because they were busy. How they were busy I don't know, and everything would be alright. Luckily I was working 2 jobs at that time, so I had the option of just picking up more hours at the other place. I didn't answer his calls until hours later, when the voicemail started sounding really desperate. All I said was I can't talk because I'm working my other job, but I'm not coming back, so stop calling. I heard from ex-coworkers that his wife came in shortly thereafter, cried uncontrollably, and closed the place for the rest of the day. That did make me feel bad because she was a nice lady who worked hard, and I can only imagine how hard it was to try and run a restaurant with a husband like that. I was working in a call center for about a year between high school and college. I started doing phone plan support and then internet tech support and eventually went to escalation/billing disputes. The calls I got in escalations were a mixture of terrible people and people that had terrible things happen to them. And telecom support procedures are brutally unforgiving at times. Some people get screwed hard, the companies know it, and if you don't wave the flag and help them fact good people, you could get fired if they were monitoring the call live or decided to check it later for some reason. I got accepted to college and I knew I was going to quit when I came in for my 5 PM start. I had a lady call me who had been a customer for 15 years. Never missed a bill, had internet and phone with them. Any support history was for logical normal things, but she called, got sent up to me, because she had over $5,000 in long distance charges. Turns out this lady had brought in a refugee to help them get on their feet. She thought she had a long distance plan and the person was calling home to talk to their kids and family daily, sometimes multiple times per day, for 30 minutes to 2 hours at a time at a rate of over $3 a minimum on no plan. 3x60x30 equals 5,400. Assuming every call was only 60 minimum point, this lady was not a wealthy person. Her husband died, I could see, when she called in 3 years ago, in which they made her fax his death certificate to put the bill in her name, so she could change sheet. And by her job she was nearing elderly status. She had been on the phone for over 40 minutes before she got to me, with people telling her "fuck you, pay us." I can only credit about $100 without approval, and I knew they would not let me do anything more. Procedure was to send her to collections and say bye. I told her all of this, but said it's your lucky day. I'm putting in my 2 weeks notice today, and I had gone into the system and backdated her plan, tricking it into thinking she had a faking $10 a month badass worldwide long distance plan, and reissued her invoices in the system. Now it was a billing error refund code, and I could issue an adjustment that took her calls down to 2 cents a minimum, nuking her bill down to like $50. I waived the monthly fee for that month too. She started crying on the phone, uncontrollably thanking me and wishing me luck in school, telling me she'd pray for me. I'm not religious, but man, that felt so good. My manager, pretty cool for a sheet company, was listening and came over after the call and told me I broke policy and asked me why I did that. I told her for the same reason. She listened, lived to the whole call, and didn't come over and stop me, and that is she probably already heard I got accepted to college and would be leaving. She kinda just nodded and wished me luck in school, was happy for me, went back to her computer and deleted the call history and marked it as a disconnected call. Edit. Yeah. Gold edits ruin the post. But thank you, kind stranger, for my first ever edit gold. It's awesome how many blaze of glory quitting stories are just people helping other people when they don't fear job loss. Worked for a large home improvement chain for 90 days as a cashier. Quit on my 90-day review. It sucked. Customers were jerks. Spread literal sheet all over the handle to the bathroom stalls. Weird customer wanted to talk about my business. Parents leaving their kids with me as a babysitter without saying a word. Retail was clearly not for me, and this was all within the first 3 months. Now, I was willing to do whatever they needed, so this ended up meaning that I would be the contractor cashier, the guy at the far end of the store with no one to talk to. I got the morning shifts, be there at 5:30. What contractor works at 5:30? No one. I was bored as hell. Wasn't allowed to leave my booth area, had to stand up the whole time, and couldn't even read a book. But fuck it, it was a job. Well, these large companies don't want to pay health insurance, so they refuse to give you over 25 hours a week to keep you part-time. I needed another job. I offered to give the store my nights and weekends. They said no. I offered to give them my days. They said no. So now I feel stuck in a part-time job without set hours, making minimum wage. Maybe they'll move me to full-time, or my 90-day review will be a nice raise. My 90 days were up. My boss calls me into her office. She tells me I'm doing a great job and will receive a raise. Great. Would you like to see the raise? She asks as she covers the paper with her hand and stares at me excitedly. Yes, please. She moves her hand 23 cents, 23 faking cents at 20 hours a week. $1 a day before taxes. Fuck. Okay. Listen, I have to be honest with you. That is insulting. I've tried working with you here for more hours or to get a second job, but nobody wants to make it happen. To top it off, you aren't even giving me enough money to buy a Coke out of the vending machine. This just isn't going to work. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to the break room now, taking off my smock, grabbing my things and going home. I won't be in again. She stares at me horrified as I walk to the break room. On my way out, I'm stopped by the hour person who wants to know what's going on. So I explain the situation. She is upset that I didn't ask her about my hours changes because they seem fair. I told her that the store manager, her boss, was the one to shut down the idea, and that I shouldn't have to undermine him to make something simple like that work. Well, you really should be giving us 2 weeks notice. I would have been glad to work with you if you guys showed any willingness to work with me in return. However, I've seen none of that in my time here. How about you give one of the other employees more than 25 hours of work and figure it out? I know you can do it, and I went home. Found another job the next day. Felt awesome. This wasn't me, it was my teacher at my high school. I went to a small private school. I'm talking 500 kids, kindergarten 12th grade. The teachers were really cool and caring for the students' success. Because of how small the classes were, it was easier for them to connect and ensure everyone does well. Well, there were two teachers that the whole school knew to be everyone's favorite, even though they only taught 11th/12th grade. One of these teachers, we will call him Mr. F, was slightly known to be better than the other. On the last day of school, we always had an assembly with the whole school and parents to give out awards, and 4 teachers to be announced for the next year, and for those leaving to say goodbye. Now the headmaster is known to be a giant dick. Everyone just dislikes him, and nobody really knows how the board works, or who they are, so all their decisions are represented by the headmaster. This past year, they decided to not renew the contract of this favorite teacher for whatever reason. So when the headmaster announced he will not be coming back, there were loud awes from the audience. He asked if Mr. F wanted to come up to give a last word, and he says yes. He goes up, and he says, I have not been notified until this morning that my contract has not been renewed. This decision is one that will negatively impact both me and my family, thanks to Headmaster M. So to all of you students, work hard. And to you, M, drops the mic and flicks him off with both hands and walks off the stage, and the cheers from the students and the parents was deafening. Was working at a restaurant and hadn't been there for very long at all, like a week. I'm the opening server that day and start making coffee and getting everything prepped for the day. Old guy comes in, sits down, and orders a cup of coffee. I literally tell him I just started a fresh brew right now, so I will be back in one moment. I go back to the back and bring said coffee to the guy, and he takes one sip and spits it out, tells me that I'm lying to him because the coffee is ice cold, and proceeds to throw a cup of steaming hot coffee on me. I freak out naturally, since my skin is burning, and run to get it off of me. Come back to find my manager talking to him, telling him that he's sorry and that he will get him another cup. We walk back to the back together, and I demand that the guy be asked to leave, and my manager tells me that he's an old regular, and he is just like that. I needed this job really bad, so I actually swallowed my pride and went out to check on the tables. Get stopped by the old fac, and he asks me if I've learned how to make a decent cup of coffee yet. I lost it. Like power level over 9000, lost it. I had tried my best to just roll with the punches, but I was officially at fac this. I don't deserve to be treated like this, and my manager is a faking asshole for doing nothing. I take my apron off and throw it in the guy's face. I lean over the table and look into his eyes while he pulls the apron off, and I tell him my numbers to clock in a random string of numbers I can't remember. If you think you can do my job so much better than me, go get your own faking coffee, you old sack of shit. I should sue the fuck out of you for throwing that coffee on me. Better yet, I should beat the shit out of you. But instead I will walk out that door with the sweet satisfaction of knowing you are going to die soon, alone and angry at the world. I pity you. I then promptly told my manager to go fuck himself and walked out. The end. Edit. Just got off of work and saw that I got gilded for the first time. Thank you, kind stranger. Back in 1999, I worked at a bank. I was a teller and really enjoyed what I did. I personally worked in a branch that was located in a grocery store. We had our regulars that would come in, but there was a little old lady that would only do her business with me. She said she felt respected and welcomed when she dealt with me. Anyway, it was coming up on Y2K. Working for a bank, everyone was on edge in case there was panic and people were all trying to withdraw their savings. We were Y2K compliant already, but corporate worries anyway. It was explained to us that it was mission critical that everyone be in iron mid. The night before New Year's Eve, my grandfather has congestive heart failure and gets sent to the hospital. He goes into surgery and gets placed in ICU. The family plan to visit him in the morning. So I tell my branch manager about the situation and how I will be in late. She's completely fine with it. I come into work and the regional manager is in the manager's office. This is strange because he never visits this branch. I put my stuff in the back room and get set up. He pops his head out of the office and asks to see me. Yes, sir? I asked. Gst sir, as you know, today is a mission critical day and we required all employees to be in. No sir, but I had a family emerg. I don't want to hear it. You have to decide what's more important to you, your family or your future here. I'm sure your family would understand how important it is you be here today. My family is more important to me, sir. I can find another job. I don't have another living grandfather. I placed my name badge and keys on the desk in front of him, told him I quit, and that I'd be in to get my last check. My grandfather ended up dying New Year's Day. Had I gone into work that day, I would never have gotten to see him one last time. Now, back to that sweet little old lady. She was one of our high profile accounts. Her husband worked for Jet, if I remember correctly, and held several patents before passing away. He left her all of the money when he passed, since they didn't have children. Upon hearing from my manager why I was no longer there, she withdrew all of her savings right there, over $2 mil. The regional manager didn't last long after that point. Edit. Thank you for the gold, kind stranger. As New Year's just passed, it marked 16 years without my Dido. I miss him so much. Was working as an expat oil company senior staff geologist and de facto exploration manager, but without the increase in pay nor authority, just increased stress levels. In the Middle East for a Southern European construction company's oil and gas concerns, the general manager was a complete cuntwit. Full of himself, because he worked for one major oil company his whole benighted career as an engineer, so obviously, he knows everything about geology, geophysics, petrophysics, etc. He didn't and doesn't. His management style, if one could grace his screaming and infantile fuming as a style, could be described variously as inept micromanagement or management by objection. Would berate and degrade the entire staff in meetings with partners, which made everyone terribly uncomfortable to see such a lack of decorum and professionality. Screams so the whole office could hear over mundane idiocies such as lack of coffee pods in the kitchen, or why 6,000 meters of pipe had never materialized, even though the unpaid invoice still nestled on his desk. In a multicultural office, he would rant and rail, at top volume, about useless faking Arabs, faking self-important and entitled expats, and goddamn faking jingle bunnies, those engineers and others from the subcontinent region. Called the firm the worst faking oil company in the Middle East. At least, here we agreed. Not only a racist, but a sexist, misogynist, general misanthrope and a complete and total waste of carbon. He got in my goodie locker one day after a well was drilled, but yet to be tested or completed, based on my prospect and recommendation, looked somewhat dismal on the logs. Truth is, the well came in for over 8,000 BOPD, and it was the Jake Leg and lowest bid, from whom he always took kickbacks, loggers that had faked over the logs, and he absolutely refused my insistence to relog the pay zones. I was called just about every nasty name in the oil patch handbook, right down to the part where he told me my alma mater were a bunch of faking idiots for granting me my 3 petroleum geology degrees. After 26 years in the patch, I decided that no job was worth this, and laid plans for a quick, early and entirely unannounced departure. I quietly related the fact that I was doing a runner to some of my other expat compatriots over drinks one Thursday evening, and was greeted with the revelation that most of the other expats there were one thinking the same thing. And two, if I left, they were gone as well. We carefully laid our plans. The company provided housing, that is, paid a ridiculously low monthly fee, so we had to live in cheap as housing, or sucked it up with our families, and ponied up additional funds to live in decent villas, so we all gave clandestine notice to our respective landlords about our imminent departure, and asked they keep it on the QT, since they were paid by check, 12 per year, and were already compensated. They were both delighted that they had already been paid once, and that they could rent out our abodes after we left for essentially double rent. Cancellation of internet, water, and power were token, a quick email, print the automated response, and carry it with you if the border guards gave us any shit when we buggered off point. Since we were all Western European, Canadian, or American, we decided to book a block of business class tickets, as was our contractual due, to London on the same British Airways flight. In fact, with families and all, we booked the entire business class section. We all had been in country for years and years, so arranging packing and shipping, or storage, of our belongings was a snap. We were all members of the move every 18 months, to follow the money crowd, so this was the easiest part of our master plan. No one leaked a word of all this, but some of the locals in the company somehow sensed the change in the decorum of the company's daily activities. When one really doesn't give a shit, the stress levels magically evaporate down to near zero, and wondered aloud what was going on. We confided in a few of them. These were not just colleagues, but personal friends in many cases, with the proviso that they would tell no one. Under the pain of bacon sandwiches, they were all Muslims, and they thought the threat hilarious. Like I said, many were, and are still close, personal friends. The weeks dragged on and school was about to let out for the summer, when most expats bugger off for 1 to 3 months, to escape the stupidly hot and humid Middle Eastern broiler season. So the usual requests for contractual time off were made, and all roundly rejected by Mr. Dickhead General Manager. And life proceeded on its merry way. Finally, Liberation Friday arrived, weekends being Friday Saturday at this time in this country. We contracted a local carrier, and had a bus rented to pick up everyone, and take us all to the airport. Luggage tagged and schlepped off to the bowels of base. Incomprehensible baggage handling inner workings, through check-in, customs, and passport control without so much as a sideways glance. We all invaded the English pub. After hitting duty free one last time, we toasted each other on a job well done, and best soon forgotten. Sitting in business class waiting on to key off, quaffing my third double vodka and bitter lemon, I did a quick tally. The company was, in this one instance, losing its senior staff geologist cum exploration manager, senior geophysicist senior, petrophysicist senior, geoarmadillo senior, reservoir engineer, drilling engineer, operations geologist, logistics manager, senior surveyor, 3 secretaries, wives of the aforementioned senior crowd, and the HSEQ manager. A small company, total 50 or so total employees, could withstand the loss of 2 or maybe even 3 of their senior level employees, but not this mass emigration. My good friends whom we left behind regaled us for months regarding the situation in the office come Sunday. Bloody Sunday. Once the realization of what had happened, the GM went completely off the rails, totally shithoused and completely berserk, or variations on that theme. The first glimmer of recognition of the severity of the rotund bail, if jeers about to descend upon him, were when all calls to various abodes were answered with "that number is no longer in service. Please check blah blah blah." Emails went unanswered. However, our GSMs were still working, although we all blocked Herr Dickhead's number, though we still allowed text messages. Text 1, "Where are you? Why aren't you at work?" was just the beginning point. In the words of Khan Nunyan Singh, we let him eat static. Text 2, "Where the fuck are you? If you don't get you as in here immediately," and other such impotent threats. "Yes please. I'd love another drink." Rising panic ensued. Text 3, "This isn't funny. Come in," and we'll act like this never happened. We all sat on the plane, anticipating touchdown. By the time we hit London, it was 0700 local time, but 1100 back their time. Herr Dickhead GM called an emergency meeting of the remnants of his staff, all locals, and demanded to know what they knew about this huge display of insubordination. "Dunno, never heard a word. Why? What happened and where is everybody?" were the responses. Herr Dickhead blows a gasket and immediately sacks everyone left in the office. Unfortunately, all that were left were a couple of T-boys, who are always in demand, and a bunch of locals. Due to the countrysization plan, it would be easier to fly a fully loaded 747 through the whole of a Bajul than it would be to dispose of a local indigenous worker. Long story short, he couldn't and was instantly reported to the proper ministry in charge of such matters, as one of the secretaries was kin to the Minister of Employment Affairs. It's all waster nepotism in this part of the world's. Final damages, loss of 10 plus senior employees, fines of over 5,000 rials/day due to improper business practices, firing locals, loss of 2 drilling rigs due to lack of personnel and inability to provide work as per contracts, and cessation of drilling of 2 active wells into the hole, so to speak, about $3.5 millimeters each, and 10 or 12 field development wells. So long cash flow Loss of a 3D seismic contract worth approximately $3 millimeters. A Deus exploration program point loss of A rating, meaning you take a backseat to all who try and tender rigs, seismic crews, etc. Good luck sourcing oil country tubular goods, logging or completion services and pretty much all field related activities. Loss of face with several ministries. No small item here. Huge importance is placed on competence and perceived amiability. Au revoir field development plan acceptance or seismic contract approval point loss of 6 locals to the National Oil Company. Figured if expats deserted this amalgamation of idiocy masquerading as an oil company, they should bail as well. Point ultimate temporary closure of the office, cessation of all field activities, payments of 150-200% on defaulted loans, and contracts and loss of several lucrative pipeline right-of-ways and transfer contracts. They had to continue to pay the still employed locals, basically sending them a check for sitting at home playing bucks, and loss of 25% of their acreage due to non-fulfillment of contracts with the government. Last I heard, Herr GM Dickhead is thrashing around South Texas trying sell some sort of jumped up and shady oil deals with companies who have seen their own projects quashed by plummeting oil prices. Funny thing is, he keeps running into people, now on the other side of the desk, who both know him, and in 1 or 2 cases, actually worked for him. One receives a special gold-plated schadenfreude when you lean ever so slightly forward and tell him to fuck off, and don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out, you might suffer brain damage. First job out of college, in a small corporate research lab. Main manager of the team would hire PhD.S whose best features were their resumes. My own boss would find busy work for me if he found me reading technical journals. The same big boss would hire a stream of co-op students and fresh college grads, grossly underpay them, burn them out in a couple of years, and then hire the next set. One research chemist, who was undergoing cortisone shots for an eye injury from an electroplating bath, was still seen to duck his head under the fume hood containing, yes, an electroplating bath. Another, who was surprised at the actual size of the vapor degreaser he ordered when it arrived, actually said, "Oh, I didn't realize inches were so big." I realized that I would be always at risk for working for such idiots if I didn't get a PhD of my own. So, I started applying to grad school, stopped bothering to wear a jacket and tie. This was 35 years ago. Corporate dress was still de rigueur in the New York area. We had a sort of internal union at that company. The union rep for our division noticed something was up, both with people leaving and with my empty jar of facts. He called up a meeting with all the junior staff and division management to try to address the issues. My peers were good little workers. They were not about to say boo about their bosses. I named names, calling out both the idiocy of many of the senior scientists, the consequent lack of respect from junior scientists, and the apparent hiring policies of their boss. As I joked back then, I named names and assassinated characters. They knew I was on my way out. I had asked a couple of the senior scientists I did respect for recommendations for grad school. Within a week, I was transferred. I had 3 months, the time before I left for grad school, to do work that took me 3 weeks. Taught myself C programming in the leftover time. Left for grad school and never looked back. Point by the way, when applying to grad schools in physics, I made sure not to apply to the school my direct boss had gotten his PhD from. Sure enough, a few years later, I meet some grad students from my boss school. Bias confirmed. TLDR, I quit my online community manager job. My loyal community got up in arms about it and harassed the company demanding to know what happened to me. Almost no work got done that day as everyone was watching the boards and much of the community changed their profile pictures to mine. The company went under. I was an online community manager for a Facebook games company. We had one pretty successful title and several others that were less so. I really enjoyed my job and I was good at it. My community loved me and I them. Our backend wasn't as stable or robust as it really needed to be, so there was often fires to put out on the discussion boards about loss items, currency or game progress, ECT, and I was the fire extinguisher. Example, one time we changed how we stored users' data and lost all the data for a large chunk of our users and they couldn't be backed up. So our support team ended up getting weeks behind in tickets trying to restore accounts to what they once were. Anyway, the owners were trying to grow quick so they could sell before FB Games really started to fade away. They made lots of changes and decisions and hired a new CEO. Which is all fine, unless you're the one with a smile on your face and a target on your back to the public and you have to tell the users things. So I got a bit annoyed and spoke up. Surprisingly, the CEO wanted to listen to me, so I went in his office and essentially beached for a good 90 minutes. I was really impressed by him wanting to listen to lowly me, and he actually took notes. I didn't leave, because of him. I left, because of the owners. They were out of the country at the time of the changes announcement and found out that I was talking to the CEO. Not 10 minutes after I left his office I was called into a meeting with my direct boss. He told me that the company was unhappy with my work and that I really need to make improvements or I was being demoted back to customer support. News out of faking nowhere. I was at that position nearly a year and had only one instance where I handled something poorly and was talked to about it. This was one of the owners trying to put me in my place. They wouldn't fire me just yet for fear that one of their senior developers, would walk point, so that pissed me off. I took the night to think on it, and in the morning I quit before most people were in the office. I asked if I could say goodbye to my community and was denied. So I deliberately deactivated my forums account and deleted my work Facebook account with several thousand friends, all players of the game who are used to seeing my profile picture as being first in their friends list whenever they logged in, and went home. The icing on the cake was that day was their 1-year anniversary celebration / content release of their biggest / successful game. The boards exploded. Where is she? What happened to Zekus? Screw your game anniversary, bring back Zekus. They were so mad because the AI just disappeared and the company wouldn't say anything about it. The users ended up getting the office phone number, wasn't really public, and calling from all over the world to try to find out what happened to me. They bombarded support and any company email they could find. The boards exploded with bring back Zekus threads and so many users changed their profile / avatar pictures to mine, so my image was everywhere. Work ceased in the office that day as everyone was watching the boards and how the company was trying to handle it. And I watched from home, eating comfort foods and crying. I loved that job and my community, but I wasn't going to be bullied into a lower position for having a negative opinion of the changes. In the end, their year anniversary release was a bust. The company went under less than 2 years later, and the owners fled the country. I like to think my leaving helped set them on the final path to running that company into the ground. Obligatory not me, but I did have a front row seat 25 years ago. I was a freshly minted line cook in a mid-scale American restaurant. We have a prep cook by the name of Joe. He was a big guy, kinda of slow, was always talking about how he was in the culinary union in New York City working in the big hotels and all the great chefs he worked for. Looking back now I would say he was probably somewhere on the autism spectrum but high functioning. The kitchen manager rode his as relentlessly to get his work done. This is a key point to working in kitchens. We don't care where you worked or how awesome your other jobs were. Shut up and get your sheet done, which in turn gave everyone else permission to do the same. I come in for my shift one day and there is a pool in the kitchen. I search out my kilometers to see what I needed to get started on, and he tells me how Joe didn't show for work and his roommate had called an hour before saying that he had a heart attack the night before and had died. Now we all felt like shit because we were so mean to him. The GM wants to send flowers and get memorial service information and asks the sous chef to find out she knew where he lived. The sous takes a flower arrangement over to Joe's parents' house, knocks on the door. The roommate answers the door and the sous can see Joe sitting in the lazy boy in his underwear playing Nintendo. Joe is shocked to see someone and admits that he didn't think anyone would care, he just wanted to quit. 2 months later I was working at another restaurant. Towards after my 2 days off I come back to work energized and ready to take on the week. When I walk into the kitchen I run into Joe. You had just started 2 days before. He says hi, is glad to work with me again. He lasts about 3 weeks at this job before he does something stupid and the chef lets him go. A year later I'm at another job working as the sous, when the hostess comes into the kitchen and hands me a resume and application. I take a quick glance and see that it is Joe again. I can barely remember the KM's name, the sous name, or anyone else I worked with at the time, but 25 years later I still remember Joe as the guy who called in dead. TLDR, guy calls in dead. Working as material handler, forklift operator, in warehousing, I was also relatively handy with computers and data entry compared to others around this region, so I would lend a hand with that sometimes. Data entry person left the company, and I was asked to help out with that for a few days, while also doing my regular work. Few days turned into weeks, and I was struggling to catch up from leftover work each successive day. I could see they were not in a hurry to replace the person I was covering when I was able to do both jobs. No pay increase either. I let management know I was unhappy with the situation a few times, but nothing was happening. I decided it was time to move forward with attempting to monetize my photography hobby, which I had been doing for free a couple of years to build a following. Walked out on a Friday, no discussion, no notice, just left my badge on the desk. They called the next week asking where I was at, wanting to know what they could do to get me to come back. Too late, my mind was made up. I've been running this photography business for 14 years now. We've grown to a team of 7, been featured on Discovery Channel, History Channel, Travel Channel, PBS, dozens of magazines. I hope this thread encourages people not to stick with a sheet job. Life is too short for that. I worked for Best Buy's Geek Squad for 4 years. I was just a regular full-time employee, but I did all the work that ECI manager should have been doing for at least 3 years. I went to training programs and leadership conventions, and transferred stores when they needed help in other stores. Did everything I possibly could, as hard as I could, to get a manager position somewhere and start making better money. It was always promised to me, it's right around the corner, it's coming. Just go through this training program. Do these e-learnings. One day, I walked into the store without wearing my clip-on tie. I wasn't on the clock, as I was about 30 minutes early for my shift, so I didn't have my tie on because you couldn't walk through the store without getting asked questions every 3 steps. I went to the break room and ate my food, clocked in for the day, and began working. Shortly thereafter, the product process, inventory, manager pulls me aside and hands me a write-up, the first I'd ever gotten, for not wearing my tie when I walked in. As I'm reading it, another Geek Squad employee walks in, without his tie on, but he's this like 70-year-old dude who gets to pick his hours and all he has to do is fix computers. He doesn't have to do any of the inventory work, or deal with customers or anything like that. I ask her if she's going to write him up, and she says, and I quote, "Different employees have different job requirements." I just kind of twitched, signed the write-up, and walked out of the leadership room. I clocked out for lunch, called my wife, and told her I wanted to quit. We discussed what would need to be done, budgeting wise, and how my job search would have to look, given that it could take time for me to find a decent job again. I went back in, asked for the GM, and told him I was quitting. He spent the next 20 minutes trying to convince me I was making a mistake, that Best Buy was the best thing that could happen to me at my age, and that so many good things were on the horizon for me and my family. I never had a second thought, didn't tell him at all about the whole tie thing, and in my exit interview questionnaire thing they make you fill out, I left no comment at all, didn't even clock out actually. I walked out mid-shift. I just quit. I quit working there, I quit shopping there, I quit helping friends and family with questions about their policies, and I actively discouraged my next employer from purchasing thousands of dollars of TVs from Best Buy. It's not really a blaze of glory, but my soul felt on fire when I walked out after quitting. I felt completely free, untied from the chains of misery that had somehow grew around me. My perspective on life changed, and in a way, I have Best Buy to thank for my motivation to succeed. I don't want to have to work there again. I don't want to be the 70-year-old dude working there. I don't want to be in that group of lifers who hang out with the managers and go drinking after every shift because they're actually miserable and hate their lives and jobs. Fact that I'll never go back. From 2008 to 2010, I worked as a paid intern at a Detroit area financial turnaround firm. This job helped me pay my way through college and grad school without taking any loans. However, it was terrible to say the least. I spent the majority of my time washing the CEO's cars, walking his dogs, and generally being his whipping boy. He's worth $50-60 million, and I always found envelopes of cash on my desk when he had me do things that were less than legal. He enjoyed guns, hiding cash, steroids, coke, and hookahs. I didn't provide any of these, but I was told to look the other way. I was usually able to, but over time, I got to know his wife and 3 kids. Over my time there, the steroids and painkillers made him paranoid and attached. He threatened to have me killed if I didn't help him transport 60 to 70 assault rifles from his storage facility to his mistress' house, who was a coked up, Orange County housewife, fake tanned, cunt. I explained that I had a problem driving around with all of these guns. A week later, he had hip surgery and needed to be in the hospital for recovery. I drove to his house and told his wife, who was oblivious to his shenanigans, about the drugs, mistress, hookahs, and money laundering. I promptly received an email from him that said, "Effective immediately, your employment is terminated." I lawyered up, exported all of his incriminating emails from the company server, and used legal channels to explain that I had mountains of evidence against him, and it would be unwise for him to come after me. I haven't heard from him since. In the papers, I saw that his wife divorced him, and he married the orange mistress. I laughed all the way into a great job teaching at a local college. Worked for a small company which provided EPOS equipment, cash register /tills/ whatever. Business owner was friendly with other local businessmen, estate agents, realtors, etc. But those guys never gave me the time of day. A picture of a yellow Lamborghini Gallardo was floating around the office. Not sure how/why, and I stuck it up next to my desk, forgot all about it. One day an old friend from university calls me and introduces me into a better paid job in London. I knew the small company I was working for couldn't afford to match the wage jump, so wasn't about to try and negotiate. Would be a waste of time. With that in mind, I handed my notice in. Bear in mind pretty much everyone there loved a good joke/prank. Anyway, I used Chris Castle's by now well-known pirate resignation letter out of devilment. It's here if you want to read. https://popahood.com/. So, that method of resignation triggered interest in where I was actually going. To simply say, "Oh, I'm going for a job in the city," seemed like such a boring letdown from the great pirate story. It seemed better not to say at all where I was going. I simply said that I don't need the job anymore. However, I underestimated the mystery-solving vibe that this generated within the office and kind of ended up digging myself deeper. The more they guessed, the more mysterious I got. "He's won the lottery," etc. etc. Then somebody remembered I had not that long ago put a picture of a yellow Lamborghini up next to my desk, and it becomes a definite in their minds, yes, he's won the lottery for sure. So, I rent a yellow Lamborghini Gallardo for the last few days I'm working there, and just show up in it. They go nuts. I head off into the sunset, never to be seen or heard from again. I forget just how many customers around London we had. I've put cash registers into half the pubs and restaurants in London. Did I mention that my last action before I left was to replace the picture on the wall of the Lamborghini with a picture of a super expensive speedboat yacht thing? Quick Google for expensive yacht gave me something called a Walla Power, which I printed out. Looked cool. Given they've seen for their own eyes that the Lambo was real, they're sure I've gone off to buy the yacht. 2 months later, I'm working in London and go into a pub in Islington for lunch with some of my new colleagues, forgetting that I know the owner from my time working in Epos and that he's a big fan of boats. Anyway, he comes running over to our table beaming to shake my hand and is asking me to take him out on my yacht. My new colleagues at this point were flabbergasted, and the more I tried to tell the restaurant owner he's got it all wrong, the more everyone just thought I was trying to hide my extreme fortune. I never owned up to my original boss for many years, by the way. One time, I went on a stag do bachelor party to Riga, Latvia. While out there, I found out, while talking to one of the guys on the trip with us, that his sister was my old boss partner. Anyway, I was telling him this whole story and we forged a plan that he'd tell his sister when he got back about the stag do and how although they all flew out there on cheap EasyJet flights, one of the guys, me, met them out there, having arrived on his own yacht which they all went back on partied on. Of course the story made its way back to my old boss. Details kept emerging over the years, and at some point down the line I went for a drink with my old boss and colleagues. His estate agent friends were there and all acting like they're my best friend etc. Point that Lamborghini rental was the best money I've ever spent in my life. It's given me so many stories to tell as a result. Point my new colleagues always also thought I had a big secret, which was fun. Not necessarily a blaze, but I'm proud of my exit strategy. I used to work for a snowboard company as a retail salesperson. I had previous experience in management, but needed a job while I was in school and really loved the company and all the shit I could buy at discount. Well, my boss was a sexist asshole who had no idea how to actually manage people properly. Point an example of his incompetence. He painted the bathroom and like a faking idiot, didn't put down plastic to protect anything from paint splatter. He expected me to scrape every tiny little splatter off the floor and bathroom fixtures. I went online to see if there was a chemical that could easily allow me to wipe down the surfaces to clean it without having to scrape. I wasn't sure if there even was something, and he yelled at me for one, going on the internet and one, not following his direct orders, even though this was a complete waste of time. Point my grandmother was diagnosed with bowel cancer and immediately was told she was going in for surgery. She was 89 years old, and I told my other manager that I needed to go to the hospital and see her as we weren't sure she was going to make it. My other manager said it was fine, and she let me leave early. Luckily my grandmother made it. However, the main manager was not pleased that I had left my shift early. Point a few days later I got into a longboarding accident and had been in the air unable to stand because of a fuck up with my pelvis. I contacted my manager telling him I was in the hospital, and he told me I had to find someone to cover my shift. I tried my best, but all the other people didn't want to come in on a Saturday morning. I called my manager back and told him, and he told me that I was fired. He then told me that he was pissed that I had left early the other day and that he didn't take time off when his grandmother died until after she actually died and expected his staff to do the same. Anyway, I was pissed that I lost my job because I actually liked it there despite the manager, and nobody messes with my grandma. Point a few weeks later, as to not make it obvious as to who did this, I went to the store in the middle of the night and painted a huge flaccid business on the front of the building. It was very detailed. I was very proud. Fuck you and fuck you. I worked for a company for 3 years and worked my way up to assistant manager. It was a fairly male-dominated company, and I was one of only a few female employees. There was another assistant, let's call him Bob, and he was definitely one of the boys. Bob threw big parties and was always up for hanging out after work. Bob also did not like to work a whole lot, as in ever. He called out sick, had a bad back, broken pipe in his apartment, etc. I was always covering for him and usually worked 15 to 20 more hours per week. This goes on for a year, and we find out that one of us will be promoted to manager. I assume that they are going to promote me because of how hard I had worked. I was really wrong. Point I get called into the general manager's office, and he proceeds to tell me that they had decided to promote Bob. Nothing personal, but they felt Bob was more suited to the management role. So I stood up, shook the GM's hand, told him that I was giving 2 weeks notice, taking 2 weeks of vacation to run concurrent with my notice, and I would be out of my office in 5 minutes. 7 minutes later I'm driving away. 4 days later, the GM and the owner of the company are at my front door, begging me to come back. Bob was already not working out, and the staff was refusing to help pick up the slack. I calmly told them no, closed my door, and found a much better place to work. 3 years later I'm out with friends and hear that Bob was fired right after they came to talk to me, and that he was not able to keep a job for more than a few months. He was last seen pushing a hot dog cart on a Friday night in the club district. This is a long story and I know it will get buried, but here goes. I used to work as a car salesman, and that field is extremely competitive. You are working with people you are in direct competition with, and you have to consistently perform, even if the local economy is depressed. There were 2 locations for my dealer, and I was hired at the smaller of the two. 2 salesmen compared to 8. I was hired at the smaller location because it was closer to my family and bought a house nearby. Now the house is an old Victorian place split very well into a duplex, and the apartment was rented out already to a very nice lady. I was not expecting to find a place that met my needs and brought in extra income. Now, when I started at this place, I loved my manager. He was awesome. Real good guy and fair, both to his employees and the customers. He announced about 6 months into my tenure that he was leaving the dealership to become a full-time pastor/counselor. Makes sense, right? Anyway, also I was coming off of a 110 plus vehicle year at my old dealership and was on track to hit maybe 80 here. Oh well, I get that sales is feast and famine and I have the extra rental income, so I'm not worried. I'm falling behind a bit, and management starts to take notice. About a month after I started, they also picked up a guy from an affiliated dealership out of the city, and he had moved back home to the city. He bought a house in the small town where I was working and commuted to the other location. I don't mind the guy, seemed like a decent guy, helped him out a few times when he was showing cars off my lot, but that was part of the problem. He was selling cars to more people in my area than where he worked. To make matters worse, they also hired his wife to manage the sales leads coming in, and I stopped getting them after she started. That's a big part of my business. Customers love me once they make contact. I had a huge closing ratio for first appointments and almost 100% on seconds. I did this all while being friendly, not the typical high pressure sheet you always hear about. Well, management starts coming down hard. My boss is leaving, my numbers are down, and now they want to move him to my desk, and I'm going to have to commute an extra 50 kilometers to work. They just put it on me after 6 months of grinding to set up a referral system in the town. After joining local service clubs to integrate into the community, I poured everything into that job. I missed my child growing up while my wife was staying at our old house before we bought the new one, 2 hours away. I was staying with family in the interim. They told me Wednesday that this guy was coming and I was expected at the other store. You know what? Fuck it. I'll make it easier on everyone and just quit. My boss, who hadn't left yet, was bewildered. No safety net. Wife was pregnant again and would be going on maternity again in 6 months. I just bought a new house. They thought they had my balls in a vice. Secretly, I had negotiated to go back to school and finish my degree. Got in last second and had enough money saved up from the sale of my other house to make a run of it. I even got a great deal on a van from my boss before I left. I had brought it in and knew how much we had into it. Everyone was bewildered. I wasn't rude. I'm Canadian, but no one thought quitting was an option for me. I could have told my sob story to everyone who I had made connections with in town and made a big deal about it under the circumstances, but I decided to take the high road. I'm getting 20% higher grades than when I left my degree, and God willing I will be attending teachers college in the fall. On top of that, I got to make up time with my little guy. I would give anything to hang out with him all the time, and I would suggest spending as much time with your kids as possible because they are truly amazing. Hey, I can answer this one. This most recent Thanksgiving I had asked for the Thursday through Saturday off. Well, I ended up getting back early on Friday and went to buy some stuff for my aquarium. It was a fish and reef store. Well, my boss, seeing that I was back already, asked me if I could come in on Saturday. I told him that I still had some personal stuff to do. It was unlikely I would, but I would try. Well, Saturday ended up being the only day I had to get some stuff done, as these fakers barely ever gave me time off. Well, around 11 o'clock, I get a text from my boss saying, "Where are you?" That kinda made me mad, since I asked for the day off, so I ignored it. Now, I live in a neighborhood just down the road to my store, so most people I work with know where I live, including my boss. As I'm making myself lunch, I hear a truck pull into my driveway, then a knock on my door. I open it, and what do you know? It's my boss. He starts screaming at me, asking me what the fuck I thought I was doing. He called me a faking loser, and told me that I thought I was invincible and couldn't be fired. Then he had the nerve to tell me to get dressed and get the fuck to work. So I went up and got all my work shirts, turned them in, and told him I would never work for him a day in my life. He was shocked, called me an asshole, then told me I was fired and kicked me out of the back of the store. His mother does the accounting, and when I went to pick up my last check from her later that week, she apologized for her son's behavior. Made me laugh. I planned on going out in a blaze at one of my jobs. Short background, I worked at a construction company where they would send out canvases to people's houses to get their info and sheet. Then I would call them to set appointments for the guys to come out and do estimates. Now, my boss was a piece of shit. Basically, he made us way overbook appointments. Then when the estimators couldn't get to the customer's house, he would call the customer back, reschedule, and claim the sale as his own. We made commission every day. Then bitch at us for not setting up the appointment properly and bragging about how he saved it. Anyway, I worked there for about a month. But the final straw was when he said if we weren't able to set 5 appointments a day, we had to go home and handwrite the script 10 times. Each day. Fac. So, the first time I didn't set 5 appointments, he sent me a text that night saying he expected the handwritten scripts the next day. I sent him this as a response. I already had another job lined up, so the next day I was supposed to be there at 9 AM. Dressed in black slacks, a button-up shirt, etc. I had a whole speech prepared that I was gonna say in front of the entire office to make this guy look like a piece of shit. I showed up at 11 o'clock, wearing jeans and a t-shirt. Walked into the room where we called people, grabbed my cell phone charger, I had left it plugged in the day before, and started to walk out. The manager of course stopped me in the lobby area in front of all the receptionists and stuff and says, "So, I take it, you're not gonna work today," in a pompous tone. I just turned around, looked at him, and said I don't do homework, and walked out. I talked to one of the receptionist girls on Facebook a few months later. She said that people still said that to him if he asked them to do stuff. Apparently I was a legend there for quite a while. TLDR, I don't do homework. Edit. Side note, several months later I got a call from the local labor office. They had been faking up people's pay for quite a while. The homework thing was actually part of it. I told her the story and she laughed her ass off. Apparently I was the only one who didn't put up with their shit. My grandpa had actually retired from the labor office. I told her that, and she actually called me back about 5 minutes later and told me she found his picture on the wall of retirees. Lol. I worked for a computer company that had 3 product lines. One of them was sold, so the result was 3 product line managers and 2 product lines. I was asked to move to sales support manager because I had been a salesman. Everything the same. So this other guy took over my product line. I swallowed that. Then, he was all of a sudden my boss. Okay. We rocked along, and all the time, he was not supporting me in my decisions and questioning a lot of things. The final straw happened when he told me that I had to clean off my desk completely each night before going home. What the fuck? Was I a 10th grader? I marched right down to the personnel director and told him he could take this job and shove it. Hahaha, yeah. I turned in a written 2-week notice, but they said, "No, you don't have to work the 2 weeks." And then had a security guard come and watch me pack my office. At the time, I was a single mother with a mortgage and 3 kids. Sold the house and moved to a rental house. Took a job with a competitor where I lasted about 6 months. Time enough to get caught up on the bills. After the 2 oldest of my kids left home, my youngest, 9, and I packed all our stuff in a motorhome and hit the road, ending up in Florida. I was doing some tech writing work at the time to make ends meet. Best thing I ever did. Scary as shit, but I never worked with computers or in an office again, except for one tech writing contract for a new product. After that, I painted houses, did some writing, worked as a fisherman, worked at a hotel desk and in a restaurant, worked as a carpenter, and I've never regretted it. I recently apologized to my son for not having all the things he might have had. "Mom, my dad gave me money, but you taught me how to earn my own money." The nicest thing a kid could say to you. I worked for this asshole contractor for about 3 weeks. He would buy apartments in the college area part of town, renovate them as cheaply and illegally possible. He would yell at me like I was his child, yell at me for not going to college, wouldn't let me handle certain tools or build anything, even though I've been doing construction for years, etc. Weird dude. Engineering dropout from Drexel Point anyway. Start of the 3rd week he's got me on this rinky-dink 30-foot ladder swaying in the breeze telling to start pulling this bay roof off and rebuild it. I tell him no way. If he wants to build scaffolding or rent a boom I'll do it. So he rents the boom. Mind you, we have to be low-key about this because we are not permitted. Gets it dropped off. I start loading up my tools when he tells me that I'm not going up. His reasoning is that if I get hurt, he's liable. I was floored point, so I stayed at the bottom while he argued with himself up on the boom about how to fix this roof. I distinctly remember some stupid rope system for sending 2x up to him. Whatever, I was over it. Just going find a new job that weekend and tell this guy to fuck off until he decides to have a total meltdown on me. Now I'm sure I was being apathetic because I didn't give a shit anymore, but in no way did I deserve the personal attacks he decided to dish out. He's up on the boom screaming at the top of his lungs, and I calmly waited for him to finish, looked at him dead in the eyes, said fuck you, walked up to the boom, took the keys out, launched them across the street, got in my truck, and left. Point felt so good. I took a job at a small web development company many years ago. I didn't have any qualifications, but was good at what I did. The manager told me he'd take me on at a pitiful wage, £8,000 par, but would double it after 3 months if I proved myself. Point he turned out to be a belligerent wankir who was strangely proud of the fact that he'd just bought a web company, though he didn't bother using the internet. He'd frequently override the design decisions of the actual designers and coders with awful ideas. Occasionally I politely pointed out the huge flaws in his ideas, only to get shouted at. Point after the 3 months trial period, he told me I had an attitude problem, but could stay on. When I asked about doubling my wages, he pretended to have never said that. Point I went home and wrote a letter telling him who had the attitude problem, that he was a crap boss and cheated business. I arrived at work, put it on his desk, and went upstairs to carry on with work. He called me into his office, and he was literally shaking with rage and red-faced. He told me to get out immediately, and that he never wanted to see me again. He was clearly on the verge of physical violence. Point the next day I was strolling down the street, and passed the boss. I gave him a cheery greeting, and carried on my way, leaving him standing in the street with veins pulsating in his forehead. It felt great. Not me, but my husband. Point he worked at the busiest McDonald's in the state. He was their hardest worker by far. He would clock out, but stay and work, to help catch up on work. He would take over shifts and he ran the place. He made barely over minimum wage. He worked so hard and cared so much for his coworkers that when he was away from work he talked constantly about it. He even talked in his sleep. Thank you for order. Point he was such a great worker that they shipped him around the state. If another store ever had a test to pass, they'd send him out to make sure they passed. They always did when he was there. They never gave him time off. When he had a day off it was a sure thing that he'd be called in. He was constantly stressed. Point then it happened. I made a mistake that led to our dogs getting in a fight. One of the dogs was very old. Even though I rushed her to the vet, she was too old to pull out of the shock and died. I was beside myself with grief. Point it just so happened that day was the biggest inspection my husband's store had ever had. The owner of the state's franchise and the top level managers would be there. They were counting on my husband to make the best impression possible. He was going to work a 16-hour shift that day. Point when my dog died, he had about half an hour before his shift. He called his boss to let him know that he might be 15 minutes late or so because he didn't want me to bury the dog alone. His boss flipped. I could hear him shouting over the phone about how family was always second and had better be there on time. After that call my husband's phone rang every 5 minutes. He was furious, so he grabbed all his uniforms, stuffed them in a bag, and went to the store. The owner and managers were there behind the counter already. They knew something was wrong right away. My husband set the uniforms on the counter and said I quit. In front of every big wig in the state. His boss was so shocked he couldn't say anything and he left. I once worked as a sewer tech. Shitty job yes, but it actually paid well. I was 19 when I started there, stayed until 23. Actually helped to bring the company up from a mom and pop person to one of the leading companies that did sewer work in Houston, TX. Anyways, went in one day to work. Boss was in a shitty mood. My brother was outside getting parts together and getting the truck ready for the day while I was inside getting paperwork together. Brother closes a toolbox on the truck, I guess too hard according to boss man, so our boys jumps up, runs outside, and proceeded to jump down my brother's throat. I go out, tell my brother to get in the car, we will go home for the day and let things cool off. Boss goes bananas, if you faking leave don't come back. Okay I say, give him the company shirt off my back, and start getting into my car to leave. Boss then says that's right, get off my property you bussy. I say, what the fuck did you just call me James? He says called you a bussy. What you gonna do about it? Now I'm no little guy, 6 feet 4 inches at about 185 pounds. So I says I will faking show you. Then rush his ass and start putting the beat down on him. Beat his ass right on his own doorstep. So I leave and go home, which was only like 3 blocks away, and like 10 minutes later the cops show at my door. They tell me he called them, said I assaulted him for no reason. I tell them my side, they leave to go talk with him, tell me they will be back, don't leave. 10 minutes later they are back with him in the back of the patrol car, because he started shit with them too. They tell me I have no worries, and haul him to jail. I was out of work for 3 days, got with an asphalt crew that traveled all over the country, made lots of money and lots of good memories. I used to wait tables in a high-end steakhouse. One year, we were open for New Year's Eve through midnight, and our dishwasher quit early that day. The owner begged me to stay on and help wash dishes through the shift, which would end at around 2 AM. I was reluctant, but I didn't have any real plans for the night, so I finally agreed. The night was insanely busy, and dishes were piling up everywhere. I was busting my ass all through the night trying, but failing, to keep up. At one point, I look at my watch and notice it's 11:57. I hadn't completely caught up with the dishes, but they had slowed down coming in, so I went out into the front to watch the ball drop with everyone else. I'm there for less than a minute before the owner comes up and says you better get the fuck back in the kitchen and finish those dishes. Wow. Okay. I went back and finished my shift quietly and began plotting my revenge. The following Saturday night was as busy as they come. Incredibly hectic. Everyone running around. Hour-long wait at the door. I waited until the peak part of the shift and simply stopped ringing in food orders for my tables. I took their orders, just never rang them in. I was deliberately slow in bringing drinks or anything else that was requested of me. I waited until each of my tables had been waiting 45 minutes to an hour for their food, and then I rang in the orders. Only, I didn't ring in the right orders. Surprisingly, that night, every single order I had was for the most expensive food on the menu. In fact, even some tables I wasn't even serving ordered insanely expensive food. Delmonacus, 50-ounce porterhouses, tomahawk ribs were going all over the restaurant. Over $1,000 worth of food was rung in, but not a single order was correct. And then, I left. I left the owner to deal with over a dozen patrons who had been waiting over an hour for their food on an incredibly busy night, only to finally receive the wrong, very expensive food. On top of that, since none of those tables were getting up to leave in the expected amount of time, I'm sure plenty of people waiting for tables didn't get seated within the hour they were quoted, giving him more fun to deal with. Don't fuck with me. I'm pretty vindictive. I don't know if it qualifies as a blaze of glory, but it felt pretty damn good telling the guy off. I worked in the warehouse of a flooring place the summer after my sophomore year of undergrads in college. I mostly drove for pickups and deliveries of materials such as carpet, tile, rugs, grout, etc. The boss and owner was insufferable. He was a rich old white guy probably in his 70s. He would make me go get him Swisher Sweet cigarillos for him at the nearest gas station. He didn't smoke them, he chewed them and spit them out on the floor of my warehouse. He would then yell at me to keep the floors clean. One morning I had to deliver some padding to a city 3 hours away, and I had to leave early. There was a carpet delivery truck at the warehouse that needed unloading from the loading dock when I arrived, and he told me to hurry up and unload the truck so that I could get on the road. So that's what I did. That was a Friday. There were 3 of us who worked the warehouse and we rotated Saturdays. This one was mine. Saturdays were a bit slow, so we mostly organized the warehouse, set up the showroom displays, and did whatever he wanted us to do. After sweeping up all his tobacco mess, he handed me a list of carpet colors to bring from the warehouse to the showroom. He left to do something else and came back a while later to check on the progress. Apparently there were 2 colors with the exact same name from 2 different brands. He literally called me stupid to my face. I got fed up and left early for the day. I told the secretary, if he asks where I am, tell him I got fed up with his sheet. She chuckled a little and I bolted. Monday morning I strolled in at my regular time and was confronted by him immediately in the middle of the warehouse with everyone watching. He didn't pull me aside or anything. The conversation went as follows. Important for context. He knew I was applying to pharmacy school. Boss, why did you put all the big rolls of carpet on top of the small rolls? Me. You told me to hurry and get the carpet off the truck so I could get on the road. Boss. When you do that, the small rolls get squished by the weight of the big ones. You have to put the small ones on top. Me. I know that, but I didn't have time to handle them all twice because I had to leave. You told me to just get them off the truck. I figured someone else would organize them while I was gone. Boss. We also need to talk about Saturday. What happened? Me. I got tired of the way you talked to me so I left. Boss. What did I say to you? Me. You called me stupid. Boss. Well, if you make a mistake like that in a pharmacy, someone is going to die. Me. But this isn't pharmacy. Boss's first name. This is faking carpet. Boss. If that's the way you feel, you can leave. There were 2 kinds of people watching this go down. His family who he hired as salespeople, and the blue collar workers like my warehouse guys and the installers. His family looked on with mouths agape in disbelief that anyone would talk to him like that. The rest were grinning ear to ear that someone finally did point at it, removed unnecessary word and formatted. I worked at a semi-well-known company as my first job out of college. It was a cool position, but the work was menial and the management was not able to adopt current marketing practices which would be exciting to learn and would allow me to utilize my degree. Anyways, after a year, I could not handle it anymore. Completely unenthused to continue working for the company whose company culture evolved around talking about drinking, football, and other people. Compounded by intense micromanagement from middle managers who had a fraction of my ability to do the job. Keep in mind, in the year that I was working at the company I started a company that was growing pretty fast month over month. In our weekly marketing meeting, I was getting absolutely shit on by my coworker for making a mistake in a report that no one cares about, and my manager gave me a nice fuck you after I pleaded a case to understand why I had made the mistake. That's about the moment I said, almost verbatim, listen, this department is staffed by idiots who have absolutely no idea what they are doing. There is no respect for ideas or someone like me. I quit. The next month I packed up my sheet, set up my startup to be able to operate overseas, and moved to South Korea to teach English and spend insane amount of free time running the business. I've been here since November 2015 and have never been happier. Edit https://reezy.io. I worked for T-Mobile for almost 2 years in a store that made almost zero faking business because it was located outside of mall that already has a T-Mobile inside. Faking stupid, right? Anyway, after my first year our manager leaves and we get a new one, and this guy's the biggest piece of shit I've ever met. He does nothing but lie to the few customers we did manage to get in there, and he smelled so faking bad, like really awful. He was barely 20 and sucked at life. I had had enough of his shit one day and he demanded I stay late to finish some stupid shit. I politely told him I couldn't because I would be late picking up my daughter from daycare and I'll be charged, and with this shit job I couldn't afford that. Well, he went on to say he was sick of hearing about my child or something. To be honest, it all went downhill quickly from there, so I'm not sure what it was. I started screaming very loud awful truths at him in the back room, told him to call our boss and tell them to fuck off as well. I gathered my things and started out of the store. A woman and her son were in the store and I told them to not buy anything from him because he was a faking liar. When I got outside he followed me out and asked my store key and name tag. That for some reason made me see red. I threw my keys at him and ripped my shirt off and said, "Here, you can keep this sheet too." Felt great and I found a new job a few days later. Warning, this ended up being way longer than I had planned. Buckle up and enjoy the ride. A few years back I worked at a group home for mentally disabled adults, usually between 16 and 27. The work itself, while absolutely brutal, was incredibly rewarding. We would work anywhere from 50 to 60 hours per week due to short staff and the individuals needing care 24/7. We did all form really close bonds, though, since we were all together 12 to 16 hours a week nearly every day. I ended up working there for 3 years and was promoted to a management position after my first point. Things were pretty good for most of it, not all too much more than typical workplace drama, but towards the end the entire facility began to spiral downwards. The administration was wholly inept at their jobs, often throwing us under the bus to help themselves out, or giving us wildly conflicting information about events and procedures. Each kid had a 70-page binder just fact-filled with information about them. Everything from their preferred foods and activities, what got them upset, their medical histories, etc. were in there. None of those books matched up with what we were told by anyone, including the damn medical histories. Leaving the job was hard as hell, since we all became so emotionally attached to the residents, but I ended up leaving after one of the members of administration dirty dogged me. Background: we had some situations in the past where we would have to work 16 to 24-hour shifts. Eventually, the administration came out and told us that OSHA guidelines said that sheet was way illegal and required us to leave for the day if we hit the 16th hour. On my last day, it was 10 o'clock at night, and I'm sitting in my little office filing paperwork away. One of the residents had decided today was going to be hell, and spent a few hours throwing a tantrum. He was 19, 6 feet tall, and mostly missile. At the end of it all, one staff member was hospitalized for a bruised shoulder bone, one other had a shirt ripped clean in half, and I had a black eye, bruised cheek, and bloody bite wounds all up my arm. We were all really faking ready to go home and sleep. At 10:15 one of the overpass staff came in. All of the kids were asleep, so I let the remaining day staff go home a few minutes early. At 10:30, my 16th hour, I sat waiting for the last person to walk in and relieve me. At 10:45 I was getting a little pissed off and gave them a call, which shot me straight to voicemail. At 11 o'clock, I called our residence's on-call administrator to let her know what was going on. She told me that the other homes nearby were too short to send anyone to help, and I couldn't leave because it would send us out of ratio. These kids had specific staff to peer guidelines we had to follow. I told her that I was scheduled to work from 7 AM to 7 PM the following day, and I really needed to go home. She told me to leave once someone came in. I asked if she could come in to take my shift, as she's supposed to, and she told me no. Just no. Not, no, sorry, but I'm at a meeting. Just no. So, I sat there, bandaged up, exhausted, and sore. I sat at my computer until 7 in the morning, and it was time for us to get the guys up for school. Just to paint an image, the facility itself was nearly identical to a traditional college dorm, with a fairly large atrium outside of it. This atrium led to a short hallway that connected the dorms with the large school that these kids attended, along with other mentally challenged teenagers/young adults. We had handoff guidelines, meaning once the residents crossed the threshold into the school itself, we were cleared to leave. They were officially in the hands of the staff members, and we would go back to the dorms and tend to anyone left and clean up for when they returned. I got back to my office and began writing a log for the morning, filed away some papers, went to my meetings, and prepared the schedule for the day shift. I also made 2 cups of coffee and got an Adderall from a co-worker/friend who was attending medical school. Don't judge me. At this point I'm on my 26th faking hour. At 2 p.m., the phone rang. I was told by a teacher that one of our kids had stripped himself naked and dropped to the floor, refusing to move. They evacuated the classroom, but he needed someone to watch him. I asked her to find a teacher. She said there weren't any. I recommended she reach an admin. She told me there weren't any available. I bit my lip, slammed the phone down, and walked to the school. I entered the class to a butt-ass naked 20-year-old man who was screaming at the top of his lungs. Any attempts at talking to him resulted in him attempting to charge at us, so I had no choice but to sit in a chair 10 feet away and deal with just all of that. All of it. I had been at this place for 32 hours, and I was pretty confident that I should go get looked at for my face and open wounds. I sat there for about an hour when, oh ho ho, the administrator who had faked me over knocked on the door. Initially, in my ignorance, I thought she was relieving me. No. She came to let me know that OSHA would file a claim against us if I logged out all of the hours I had worked, as I had broken the 16-hour limitation. So I wouldn't be able to log down the 8 hours I spent overnight. My little sleep deprived, Adderall fueled, dizzy, swollen brain couldn't process that information. I walked behind her, gave her a little nudge forward, pushing her into the classroom, told the student I would see him later, shut the door, and walked out. I went to my office, grabbed all of my sheet, then walked out the front door without ever looking back. It was faking brutal. I actually cringed half a dozen times writing this out. And, I'll admit, I had really planned on the student attacking her when I told him goodbye, but it didn't work out that way. I worked for 2 years for a major multinational, not gonna say which one, but look to the sky at night and it'll be there, as a researcher in the id sector. First real job too. I was just finishing grad school. The department was entirely new, so most of the 20 to 30 people who worked with me were all hired at the same time. Things were iffy right out of the bat. First, it took me less than a week to find out I was one of the youngest in the team, as well as having the lowest paycheck, less benefits and less schedule flexibility than all my colleagues with same position, duties, experience, and qualifications. That was not okay, and I brought it to my supervisor's attention, who said he would look into it, but pretty much did nothing. Okay, I had bills to pay, and was buying my first car, so I rolled with it. It wasn't that bad. But as time went by, everything got progressively worse in the workplace. We had to move into a new office before the builders were done with it. Due to delays in the restoration, caused by incompetence from the company's side, nothing was ready when we were supposed to start, and they decided we could do research anyway, while the guys were literally tearing the office apart and building a new one. Saws, hammers, concrete dust, you name it, we had it. But hey, they gave us construction masks so that we could work and invent new shit while the world was falling around us. They thought publishing papers was a waste of time and money and started refusing to pay for our scientific events. For anyone who is familiar with how research works, you have to publish your results for peer criticism and replication. If you don't, whatever you did is irrelevant in practice. In corporate research, we usually patent relevant results first, but publication after IP has been protected is still essential. Things got even worse when I got an invitation to a scientific event with all expenses covered, and they only agreed to let me go if I took those days off as unpaid personal leaves. Keep in mind that, in research, going to a scientific event is work stuff. You go to present your results, represent your company, and networking. They were putting extreme pressure on all of us to come up with new ideas and projects, but whenever we did, they wanted to see it done without moving an inch. Oh, you need a team of developers to do that? No. You need a new phone to prototype your thing and generate new technologies for us? Buy it, we pay you for that point. Several times I was pulled aside and asked whether it was possible to make this new thing I was working on in such a way that it doesn't work on our competitor's product. I always refused, and that's all I'm gonna say about that point. One of the projects I worked in, together with a colleague, was particularly promising and innovative. Given the above restrictions, hell, it was a miracle, and we executed it till as far as it was possible to do with our own resources. I actually ended up putting more unpaid hours and personal resources on that project than I should have. We got to the point in which the new tech was ready for pilot trials, which obviously would require other departments to get involved, and they just decided it was not worth the effort. At this point I was already working on this project for 1,5 years. During my last 6 months there, I took it as a personal goal to do everything I could to show them that they should proceed with the project. I did most of the marketing and law job myself. I went out there and found potential clients and partners. Everything was looking good, and then they fired my colleague. Suddenly I was missing my right arm. Now I was the only person involved on that project. Didn't look good. Called my boss in a room and explained to him I was tired of swimming against the tide alone and working with no resources, and said I wanted to be fired cause I did not have another job lined up and would need to go back to grad school as a scholarship maintained teacher assistant for a while. He said the powers that be would probably not allow that, and I said you don't understand. I do not have another job lined up. I'm not in a hurry to leave. I can stay for a while. I just can't work here anymore under these conditions, but if you give me no option, I'll keep showing up every day and collecting my paycheck at the end of the week. This may sound douchy, but they were actually promoting job cuts at these time. They just didn't want to fire anyone who they hadn't picked. They fired me. I got a good deal out of there, and the project pretty much died. 2 months later, I won a national award for innovation. The project? The one they completely neglected. Turns out I had submitted it for appreciation to the prize committee back in August and completely forgot about it. So now national news are all about the technology me and my colleague double-handedly invented under the company's name, and they are having a terrible time explaining to reporters and clients why they fired the 2 guys behind it, and how is it possible that, without us, they cannot actually reactivate the project. Cause yes, they should be able, but they are so faking lost that they have no idea how to do so. TLDR, did a thing no one in the company cared about, left the job after 2 years of impossible work conditions, got a national prize for the thing I did. Now I'm cherishing my 5 minutes of national fame and they are publicly embarrassed for sucking. I worked in a theme park as an audio coordinator. In a nutshell, haul speakers, set up systems, do mic checks for the live shows, and, every once in a while, DJ a dance. Pretty much a cake job, but shitty, because kids and bosses. I was doing this during the summer for 3 years, and by year 3, I had pretty much already checked out. I was finally away at college and realized how stupid bosses actually were. So, my first order of business was to stop wearing work approved shoes, and wore these dopey-based clogs to work. When we clocked in, they had some sort of security detail that made sure all the park employees were shaved. No joke, they would make you shave right there in front of them with a big razor, dry, had their shirts tucked in, and were all pretty for the children. It was my last week before going back to school, and they finally realized that I was wearing some really stupid, defiantly unapproved shoes. You can't wear those. I've been wearing these same shoes for 3 months. You can't clock in until you change your shoes. If I go home to change my shoes, I'm never coming back here in my life. I then declared to the world and line of employees how much I hated children, parks, and themes. Long story short, I'm banned for life from that particular chain of theme parks. Buckle up buckaroos, this is going to be a long-winded story. After college I was particularly desperate to find a job, because I could no longer stand living under the same roof with my mother crazy alcoholic son of a beach husband. Finally, I managed to land job at a food testing laboratory. Sure, the place was a dump, and the pay was a joke for the amount of work we were expected to do, but I was stoked. After collecting 2 paychecks from my now full-time job, ongoing part-time job, and savings, I was able to move out into my own small apartment. The first couple week all I would do is come home and just sit on a couch, donated by a friend, stare out of the window and read a book. It was so awesome to finally have some peace and quiet, with no banging on doors and drunk shouting. There were 4 of us working in the same room. Roger, a 36-year-old former college dropout, metalhead and a secret genius. James, a somewhat narcissistic and standoffish but cool guy who was bitter because my predecessor was the girl who used to blow him on lunch breaks and got fired for not pulling her weight. And Gausel, as I have learned later, a crazy cunt from former Soviet Union who claimed to be an electrical engineer in her former life. The beach was dumb as rocks, and I, a naive newbie. Our actual job was a pain in as though, all day, every day, the only people whose job sucked more than ours would bring us raw blended shrimp and tilapia and other bullshit fish. We had to filter that bullshit multiple times using the syringes until we would get a clear extract used by actual chemists to analyze for various harmful contaminants. We had to share the equipment and the 2 chemical hoods in the room. Well, Gausel claimed one, and the other guys shared the other one because, well, Roger did not mind, and James, who worked there the longest, hated Gausel guts, because on top of being a major waste of space, she was a major kiss-ass, and was the one who threw the previous chick under the bus to make herself look more favorable. The hoods were pretty tiny, there was no leg room, so you had to sit for close to 8 hours half-turned, with your neck hurting, trying to concentrate, because if you faked up the extraction, you would have to start it all over again, and we had no time, because the company would always try to take on more work than it had resources and manpower to handle. So, it was 3 of us having to either share a single hood together, or expose ourselves to harmful chemicals. Gausel would bitch and complain every time Roger had to squeeze his rather husky frame next to her, and I did not want to work elbow to her. She always tried to pry, sticking her nose into my personal business. The one thing that she did tell me was the proudest moment of her life came when KGB called to thank her for snitching on someone at her job at the phone factory in the former union. That was a red flag for me. The beach enjoyed snitching and was proud of it. The point I'm trying to make is that she didn't know that I was in a vulnerable position where I needed this job really badly because I did not want to move in with my mothers. What happened next made me hate her so much more. Roger and I clicked pretty fast, despite our different background. We shared love for 80s pop culture, he because he lived through it, and I because growing up in Russia in 90s all they showed was the 80s American stuff bought on a cheap. We joked around and dropped occasional F-bombs. Now, it may sound unprofessional to you, but put yourselves in our shoes. We work side by side, we get hounded by management constantly for having headphones in, and Gausel's radio is always stuck on playing You Can't Always Get You Want by the Rolling Stones. To this day I hate this faking song. So, Gausel kept making a big deal of deliberately eavesdropping on our conversation, and complaining how profanities in her non-native English that were not directed at her made her uncomfortable. Mind you, she was on the other end of the room. So, Roger and I were like, fuck it, we will shut up, but we no longer answer your stupid probing questions, work-related conversations only. Roger and I invented a new way of silently amusing ourselves. He would lie in wait like a crouching tiger, and whenever I got up to grab some glassware he would snatch my procedure manual and start furiously sketching dicks all over the pages. I then had to come up with creative ways of covering them up. My proudest achievement was a wise old Chinese man smoking a pipe, I guess. Gausel got sick of being ignored, and one day I came to find my notebook missing when I knew I left in my drawer. Somebody took out it. Gausel claimed she did not see it and gloated at me. Now, Roger and I were seriously freaking out because we thought we could get fired for being some sort of sexual deviants if my notebook was ever seen by our hours. Next day the book magically reappeared in my drawer, and a couple of days we learned that Gausel did go 2 hours, but they laughed at her because I became a pro at covering up dicks at this point. There was no case point ever. Since that day on, Roger and I hated that beach. Roger and I, despite being the most hires, did the bulk of the work in that place, while Gausel did a quarter of work because she was really good at brown-nosing. She would get offered overtime and we did not. she ever wore open-toe shoes and shorter than modest skirts to lab and got away with it. Roger and I were tormented by her another 5 months, all the while we looked for other jobs. Our department was in a terrible shape. The attrition rate must have been at least one person every couple of weeks. Ever since our manager quit, everything became even more disorganized, and demand steadily rose. We were burned out, and Gausel did nothing but sit at her hood and fuck around all day. Finally, when I got an offer from a new job, I have put in my 2 weeks on Monday. I goofed around for a week, gathered some souvenirs, and on that Friday I walked up to Gausel, called her a cunt, and told her I wished she was dead. She reacted like this was not her first rodeo, and, without saying anything, sprinted down the hallway to the hours. I laughed, punched out, and went outside. As I was pulling out of the parking lot, I saw her on her cell phone, calling her moronic husband, I'm sure. I used this window of opportunity to give her a middle finger and a sheet-eating grin. She grimaced. I left, and according to Roger, the place buzzed for a week afterwards. Both Roger and James got new jobs within 2 months of my departure, and lived happily ever after. The end. Finally, something I can contribute. Work an oil gas company in Malaysia. Since I only have 3 years experience, I volunteer for almost everything. For instance, annual department trip to oversee, revamped department website on top of my job description. My boss and I always accept and complete all the shitty projects that was abandoned by other people, because most of them want the easy sweet part of it, which is the early part until the middle. At one point I was handling 4 small projects simultaneously, which is really stressful, and at the point of breaking apart. So at the end of the year I prepare a A4 size paper listing all my contribution with all the numbers. For the 3 projects I bring profit about $500,000 Malaysia ringgit, roughly $113,000 to the company, which is 20% of the project value, where normal project average is 9%. My department manager said that he handled 100 other people and most of them are better than me. I feel so disappointed, so I said I quit today. He was surprised and said, you cannot do that, you have to give 3 months notice. I got a flight to catch at noon, so goodbye, which is true. I will give the official resignation letter next week when I come back. So next week I print a resign letter using a big colored logo of my new company as the letterhead. I was offered a new job with 20% salary increment. When I sit down with my boss, he seems pissed off and asked me to print it again without the logo. It feels good to go when you're not appreciated. I'm not desperate to be your servant. TLDR, quit with style and enjoy. My department manager confused face as I left. I worked for a large chain fitness club when I was in my early 20s. I had to open the gym up at 5 AM, which meant I had to wake up at 4:15 AM. Job wasn't horrible. I was done by noon, but the manager was a total dick to me for no reason. He would wait until 5 minutes before my shift and ask me to clean all the treadmills etc. One time I showed up 5:02 AM and a few people were waiting for the doors to open. He found out and docked me the full hour I put my 2 weeks in because I got a job closer to my eventual chosen profession. 3 days later he screams at me in front of the entire gym because the men's room ran out of toilet paper, which was total BS. Because 1, I wasn't in charge of restocking TP, and 2, I was a grown man and didn't deserve to be yelled at like a child. Next day I never show up to open the gym. Dozens of people are calling the corporate office, which in turn contacts him. He rings my phone off the hook for an hour. I ignore all the calls. Eventually I call him back and profusely apologize. I said I had food poisoning and was so sick I couldn't get out of the bathroom to answer the phone. I tell him I'll be better tomorrow. Next day I do the same thing, only I never call him back and never return to work. My friends who worked there said he had to cover the morning shift for next week and a half and was miserable. They all loved me for that one. Gonna get buried, but it's still the most ballsy thing I've ever done. My so and I worked for the same company, him as a technician and me in administration. He was there for 3 years. I was coming up 2. Small family owned business, less than 10 staff including the bosses. When they chose to show up, we both took a pay cut to come and work there. For me it was about 40%, but it sort of weighed out because I worked school hours mostly, so I no longer had a childcare expense. except when I was pressured to stay back one more hour every day over summer because they were busy. So I was earning $17 for that extra hour, but was paying $48 in after school care for the kids. Sucky, but whatever. Miso was averaging anywhere from 11-14 hour days. The overtime rates made his pay similar to what he was accustomed to earning for a lot less hours. The last 12 months tested us both. He was constantly under pressure to complete more work than he had time for. We originally loved the company because they pushed how family friendly they were. When you get called back from your holidays to do a big government contract, it doesn't feel so family oriented anymore. This happened twice, but I suppose we were the suckers that would answer the phone when none of our colleagues would. Then so was pressured into doing a treatment that was highly risky to himself and completely unnecessary. There were better ways to deal with it. It left a sour taste in both of our mouths, and suddenly we realized we actually weren't that valued. They had a pretty regular turnover of technicians too, bar for the two senior techs that never had as high a workload, skipped through their jobs and cut corners, were on a significant amount more salary wise. It goes on. They had set themselves up to appear indispensable to the company, when really they just cherry-picked jobs they wanted and claimed credit for the sweat of everyone else. Working for the same shifty company took its toll on our relationship. All we talked about was work. He felt I had more control over scheduling than I actually did, and resented his workload in comparison to all the other techs. We ended up separating after a particularly nasty argument, and I took the kids to my mum's for a few days and asked him to leave. We both still loved each other, but didn't really like each other at the time. My bosses became aware of this 2 days later, when I was asked to pass on some info to Miso. I explained we were currently living in separate residences, and left it at that. We still communicated fine at work, because you just don't bring your personal sheet to work, right? Anyway, I called in sick a couple of days later. I was commuting 3 hours each day as my mum lived in a different city. I explained to my boss I was just tired and didn't really feel up to the drive that day. Miso had nearly finished moving his stuff out, so I'd be returning home in the next 48 hours once he'd finished. She was fine with it, told me to take care and she would see me the next day. That night he called and told me his first job the next day had been rescheduled, and he was instructed to meet one of the bosses first thing at the office. He was panicking they were going to sack him. I scoffed, because he was integral to pushing through the work that got billed out. Turns out he was right. I was about 15 minutes away from work. I opened the office each day when he called and told me he was fired. Lots of bullshit excuses, and none of it legal according to our laws. It also left us in a really shitty position financially. We had already agreed he would still contribute to the household expenses. I was quite simply earning 1/3 of the required outgoings to keep a roof over our head. So was furious, left without a car or transport home as he had driven the work out there. So was walking. I walked into the office 10 minutes earlier than required. My boss was sitting there with a snug look on his face. I was raging that hard I was shaking like a leaf. I basically said, "What the fuck?" Boss replied that all the employees had talked and decided I would need more support than so would through our separation, so they chose to back me. I would be more comfortable if he wasn't there. He added that Miso had more options for employment than I did, and the felt he wouldn't be unemployed for too long, but it would be financial pressure on me if I lost my job. I faking lost it. How dare they assume what my wishes were? How dare they lay the blame for his termination on me? How dare they literally take food out of my kids' mouths with their bullshit and illegal actions? Without an income, he couldn't contribute to our children's needs. It forgot to add I also told him it was a cunt's move to take the last stable thing so had in his life away from him. Obviously it was hard enough dealing with our separation. Suddenly he was also unemployed. He sat there completely stunned whilst I tore him to shreds verbally. Unexpectedly, I might add, as they had only seen my work face. Never mind, I'm struggling to stay in control. I can't even recall all the things I said, but all the built up anger poured out, and it felt golden. I took the keys to the premises off my keyring and told him I had never been so wrong and disappointed in somebody's character and integrity. I quit. Effective immediately. To say he was shell shocked was an understatement. He truly thought I would continue to work for them. He asked me to reconsider 5 or 6 times. Each time was a better refusal than the last point. I knew it would put pressure on them without me there, because very quietly I had raised the standard and the quality of work behind the scenes. I took over paperwork and quoting that normally the technicians would do, leaving more room for billable jobs. I spoke to customers with actual knowledge and very rarely hung up the phone from an inquiry with taking a booking. The last thing I said to him before I left was, in 2 years you will realize this is the turning point of your company going downhill. I guarantee you'll regret this point. And I left. Point for so's final pay, they underpaid him by about $2,200. I emailed them with excerpts of the legislation stating what he was owed and let him know I would have no hesitations following our solicitor's advice and lodging a fair work complaint due to so's illegal termination. Potentially, this could cost them tens of thousands and would probably result in an audit. Point we returned together a week later to collect belongings and return uniforms. A check with the outstanding amount was handed over. My immediate boss, the wife, couldn't even look at me. The entire time I'd been employed there, she was tough as nails, take no shit sort of authority. That felt good. She knew just how big they had faked up. Point so, and I worked through our issues, most of which just evaporated after we had left that company. I hadn't realized how much it was dragging us down working for them. 2 months later, we started our own business in direct competition. We are 5 months in now, and business is only getting better. Honestly, it won't take 2 years for them to regret it, because we've already gained a significant portion of their customer base. We offer transparency, honesty, quality and better customer service. Point couldn't be any happier. Point edit, formatting, detail. A moment that changed my life. 15 years ago I was a young lad out of college, working as a software programmer for a small company in New York City. There were 2 owners and about 30 employees. In the years since then I have come to the opinion that it is the smaller companies that are most prone to abuses. This was certainly the case here. Whenever I tell this story, I often say that working in that company was like being in a Dickens novel. The partners were incredibly psychologically abusive. In fact, I'm certain that the junior partner was actually psychotic. Her 20/20 hindsight could not be beat. Whenever an unexpected problem arose, her opinion was that any idiot would have known that would happen. We are trying to hire professionals here. How can you consider yourself a professional? Projects were scheduled aggressively. There was no way to make the deadlines. Mandatory overtime was the rule and we were salaried, of course. To prevent overtime pay, you had to ask for Saturdays off. I could go on, but that's enough to give the picture. Point it was early spring, and in 2 weeks I was flying home for a few days to be the best man in my brother's wedding. The owner called me into his office. It was a short meeting. Your project is overdue. We don't think you are giving us 100%, so we are canceling your vacation unless you get it done. That's it. You'd think something like that wouldn't surprise me after what I'd just described, but in truth I was shocked. I went back to my cubicle and sat in my chair. My first thought was that I had to call my brother. I mean, his wedding was 14 days away. I couldn't imagine the conversation. I couldn't settle on how I was going to put it, what I was going to say. I couldn't do it. No, what I needed to do was go back to the bosses and talk to them. We'd have to be able to work something out. I was going to beg. Point it's interesting how the brain can do several things at the same time. Like most people, on the back of my cubicle wall I had some pictures hanging that had some meaning to me. While the main part of my brain was trying to come up with a plan, my eyes had settled on a picture of a young Hunter S. Thompson, notoriously independent writer, 20-something, long before he was famous. I don't have the picture anymore, and the internet has failed me, but he was in front of a boat, docked on the ocean. I remember a tiny little side thought asking, what would Hunter do in this situation? And I'm thinking, that's a meaningless question. Hunter would never be in a situation like this. And then the little thought asks, why not? Cue needle screeching music. Stop. Point why not? What was different between the way he lived his life and I was living mine? I took down the pictures and put them in my gym bag. I picked it up and took the elevator down to the street. It was lunchtime, sunny, Manhattan. I walked a few blocks to the Port Authority bus station and boarded a bus to Atlantic City. I stayed at the Taj Mahal casino for 4 days playing poker. On the second day my cell phone rang with the caller ID of the psychotic partner, but I didn't answer. I never heard from them again. A week later I went home for my brother's wedding. Did my act of rebellion have a negative effect on my career? No. In fact, not even close. I moved on to bigger and better jobs, of course. Most importantly though, is that over the years I have worked on answering that question. What is it about great people that allows them to achieve more than the rest of us? To live a little more free? I think the answer is this: they do not see the boundaries that aren't really there. I'm late to the party, but I have a story worth a few $1,000,000. This story is about how my employer, a national company, tried to fuck me over, and I faked back harder. They overcharge customers for everything and treat employees like shit. I raised this portion because it was too revealing. I don't want company loyalists to read and report. The turnover rate is in the 80% range, so employees were more concerned trying not to get fired. I quit school to work at this company because of the good opportunity I was sold on. I rose the ranks quickly to manage my own store. In retrospect, it was a throne of shit. The world is bigger now thanks to how all this went down. One of the things you quickly learn about working there is that your social life disappears. So does your health, but it seemed worth it at the time for a paycheck. As a manager, it's even worse. I worked 12-hour shifts 6 times a week and rarely enjoyed my free time, all for $50,000 a year, a pittance. I spent my free Sundays thinking about how the boss was going to be pissed on Monday during our weekly regional conference calls. I was in charge of making sure numbers were met, but meeting them was a tremendous task. Numbers included sales and credit collection. We did both in-house, and it was miserable. If you ever wondered what it's like collecting from people that faked their credit up, work at a place like that. We didn't check credit for this reason, so it would make sense why collections would be very difficult, but that didn't matter. We had to meet weekly numbers regardless. This created a stressful environment that repeated on a weekly basis. There was no rest because Sundays were spent dreading Monday when the cycle would repeat. Sounds like a shitty place to work, but the paycheck was consistent, so I stayed for 5 years. Then one day, the company decides to install a satellite branch of site. The national office wanted to test the viability of this before expanding further. Lucky me. The place would sell stuff, but wouldn't have to worry about collections. Since the revenues of these sales were mine, my branch would oversee the collections aspect of the accounts. They got credit for making the sale, but didn't have to deal with the next step. Lucky them. This didn't exactly create an incentive for them to verify an application, leading to collection nightmares for me and my employees during this exact time. All managers in California got a pay cut. We were made hourly employees from salary, which used to afford us the liberty to take an early day to resist burnout. Unfortunately, this change meant we had to work more for the same pay, so we kissed the little rest we had goodbye. This little bit is important to the story, so keep it in mind. Back to it. After these accounts began to consistently disrupt my ability to collect, the stress was beginning to build. I aired grievances to my boss regarding the off-site accounts and was told to go fuck myself. I was reprimanded anyway. Constantly. I was being punished and knew my boss would be making a move against me soon. There was only so much I was willing to take, so I decided to be proactive. I collected the faxes my boss sent, often berating employees and telling us we are going to be replaced. This was common, so I had a lot of them. I also recorded conference calls where he said the same, and I printed financial reports with business detailing. I took these all home to collect leverage. I was ready. His surprise visit came, so he can audit my store. He asked for files I lost. His hand was forced, and he made an expedited move. He fell for the bait and bit. I was fired. I called the next day to tell my assistant to retrieve the files in the back office. Suddenly, I remembered where they were. The pieces were set in place. I immediately filed for unemployment. A thing this company does is deny unemployment to everyone. They fight it, and fight it hard. They never lost a case while I was there. I knew the game already, and was a few steps ahead of the process as I anticipated their denial. Like clockwork, the letter in the mail came, and I promptly filed the appeal. A few weeks later, I met with an arbitrator to face my ex-boss and a corporate lawyer at the courthouse. First, I was questioned by their lawyer to make a case for misconduct, a reason to deny unemployment. Nonsense. I had paperwork to prove otherwise because I prepped ahead of time. I was then given an opportunity to counter with my questioning. It was fun to grill my boss with questions as I made him dismiss all the claims the lawyer made. I produced paperwork they didn't know I had. Surprise motherfucker. I'll never forget the faces they made when they realized their plan was faked. I won the case. Thanks old boss. I collected unemployment for 2 years while I went to school. However, the pay was nothing. $800 or so every 2 weeks. Better than nothing I suppose. Walking out, my boss walked alongside of me and tried psyching me out. He said that I made a chicken shit move at the hearing and I would regret it. I responded slyly that he may be talking to a mirror. I told him that I look forward to replacing their shitty counsel if they ever need a new one because I just made her look silly. It was all bark, but I wanted to bask in my victory with passive aggressive shit talking. The best part was that I secretly boasted about my next move, which went over his head. This is the blaze of glory. Where's the blaze of glory, you ask? What I didn't mention was the real payday. Remember that thing about the changing manager classification? I forgot to also mention that they did this due to a previous lawsuit against the company regarding how they classified my position and how they treated it in reality. It cost them near $30 million to settle, which prompted them to have us sign weekly paperwork that made us acknowledge we didn't spend more than 50% of our time doing non-managerial duties. All bullshit, but we signed because we needed the weekly paycheck. Well, it turns out that in between the time they got sued and the time we changed our classification to hourly, there was a 2-year gap in California stores where nothing changed. That means that the violations they were sued for were not rectified for 2 years. This is where all those papers I was collecting came in handy. I took note of this discrepancy and began the search for a firm to take my case after I was disillusioned with their treatment of us. I shopped and found one a little before being fired. The case took off weeks after when I received word after my moral victory at the courthouse that the company would settle for $15 million. Easy money. When the class action letters began to reach people, my ex-boss found out it was me and called me to yell and curse. He wanted the last word, but I never allowed him to have it because I hung up. The rage was good. I got a good portion of the payout and bought a car with it. I saved the rest to pay for school. The other case I filed against them was not a class action suit. It was directed at my old boss with me being the sole plaintiff. This case dealt with the toxic environment he created with all those faxes and phone calls. They settled for this one too, and I took home another chunk of their profits. This was not in the millions, but it was still a good amount. Unfortunately, he never called me. His angry voice would have been music to my ears. I later found out from ex-coworkers that his wife left him and he got dumped by the company too. Can't escape that 80% turnover. I almost felt sorry for him, but I can't say it wasn't well deserved. I felt like a white-collar Viking warrior conquering my enemies and then faking their women. TLDR. Shitty company does shitty things and gets cheated on by lawyers. All this shit made me happy, and I'm not even German, because it resulted in a windfall of sweet money. Edit. I removed and edited portions I thought were too revealing or potentially libel. I don't want any potential ID of the company. A sleuth might figure it out though. 23. AGM at a Papa John's. Nothing too exciting. A normal shift was 11 to 18 people, depending on time and day. This 40-year-old liked to play the victim a lot and was two-faced as a 16-year-old girl. Let's call her Denise. Some days Denise would ask me to make her dinner if she was leaving late from a shift, which happened every other week. It was obvious she would be buddy-buddy with everyone and try to get deep down into feelings and gather that information to have something to talk about to the next person that acknowledged her. I would sometimes screw with her, tell her some random rumor, and see how that got passed along. Denise caught on, started ignoring me, reported me to our pod head boss about not being able to work me, but haha, she had no other choice. She was at fault for using company time as a social life. So I guess Her 40-year-old childlike mind decided she was going to get back at me every time we had to be around each other. She would screw up the deliveries on purpose to be greedy, would rush in, with me right behind, and would try to slam the door in my face. I just shut my mouth and ignored it. A year later, I got a grand offer to move to Knoxville. My boss wasn't really worth a 2-week notice. I decided I wanted to tell Denise off on my last day, but she called in. So instead, I wrote her a short little note, slipped it in her Dropbox. Never gave it a second thought. Remember those pizzas I made for her? Well, I accidentally dropped every one of those thin crust and rubbed them on the ground. The next day I was already off to reside in the 865, and by the time I rolled up to my new life, I got numerous calls and texts. A few congratulations and my boss telling me if I apologize I still have a job. Snapchatted the welcome to Knoxville sign going downtown. Best perfect timed moment I ever had. As awful as it sounds, it felt right. My boss told me she didn't like the attitude in the office after weeks of haranguing me and singling me out because I didn't tell her about my pregnancy sooner. I'd just had my daughter, took almost no leave. The leave I took was forced by her. I didn't want it and was waiting for my coworker to give me a ride because I'd walked that morning, but it snowed and I was in dress flats. Fellas, a raptor lady corners me and screeches, "What are you doing standing around? The phone is ringing." I clocked out 10 minutes ago. I'm just Wallison. Slower Shawk. I really don't like the attitude around here. Her finger was in my face and her mouth, so close to mine I could taste the plaque on her teeth. I snapped. I don't like being cornered, and I lost any semblance of self-control at that moment. I'm not proud of what happened next. I agree. Your attitude towards me is pretty bad. She bristled and tried to stand up taller. We had out-of-state reps in, and she was trying to make a show for them. Look how well I keep my girls in line. Slow. Chalk. I do not appreciate you speaking to me like that, and I don't appreciate working for someone with the temperament of a velociraptor on the rag. Fuck you. I quit. I lean over to the two open-mouthed out-of-state reps. Have a nice night, guys. March out. I went back a few weeks later to do an exit interview. They provided me a stunning reference and netted me a pretty sweet and better paying gig. Fin. I used to work at a movie theater. The managers there were horrible at their job, constantly making scheduling errors, which is one of the main reasons why I quit. I was hired to work weekdays yet rarely ever worked anything other than 10-hour shifts on the weekends. Needless to say, after working there for 6 months and asking every week to be scheduled for Monday, Friday and only being given hours for Friday night, Sunday night, I was on the verge of quitting. Fast forward to sometime in February, there was a massive blizzard. A buddy of mine that I worked with texted me from work while I was at home and told me how one of our mentally challenged regulars had, again, pissed himself during the movie and that it was a big one. He told me how the managers were freaking out and upset because none of them wanted to clean it up and that they couldn't get any of the floor staff to do it because they were all under 18 years of age. Minors aren't allowed to touch bodily fluids, pus, sheet, puke, cum, blood, etc. at work. Fast forward to about 5 minutes after my buddy texted me, I get a phone call from one of the managers telling me that I need to come in. I try to use the ongoing blizzard as an excuse, but they weren't having it. Now, at the time, I didn't realize that there were number 18+ year old floor staff working that day. I knew about the piss incident, but not that nobody had tended to it yet before I got into work. The second I clock in, the managers pretend like it just happened, even having a fake conversation in front of me, like, "Our man, Doug, the mentally disabled regular, is here for the Lego movie again. Let's hope he doesn't have another accident." 5 minutes later the same manager comes back behind the counter and tries to have small talk with me, but he was acting like he was waiting for something. Another couple minutes passes by and another manager, who's in on it, comes up to us. She says something along the lines of, "Oh man, Doug pissed in the seat again. I can't believe it." While the other manager tries to pretend like this is the first time he's hearing this, so he puts on his best attempt at acting surprised. That's when I realized I was being set up, and that they just called me in to clean up the nightmare that is our weekly accident provided by Doug, one of our regular special people. I walked into the theater reluctantly. I walked over to the seat and was hit with a violently putrid smell. It wasn't just piss. The back of the seat was coated in a thick diarrhea that I could only describe as melted chocolate stirred into thick oatmeal. I contemplated my life, came to the conclusion that cleaning up disabled people's shit and piss every week for minimum wage wasn't worth it, and noped the fuck out of their. I told the managers that I wasn't doing it and that I quit. They both started complaining to / yelling at me, saying I was being lazy and that it's only fair that I did it because it happened on my shift. I simply whipped out my business phone and read the entire texting conversation that I had with my buddy about how all of this had happened before my shift. They both stood there not knowing what to say, realizing that I totally just caught them in a major lie. What happened next is my favorite part. As we were standing in the hallway arguing, we were right outside of the bathrooms. Then, out comes Doug, with shit all over the front of his shirt, and he's really angry for some reason. Honestly, I have no fucking clue how Doug was allowed to go to the movies by himself. Every other special person always had a caretaker with them. He starts yelling about how he'd been waiting in the bathroom for a very long time and that nobody came to help him. The managers started begging me not to quit at that exact moment. I couldn't help but to start laughing harder than I had in years as I put my coat on and began walking out the door. The last thing that I heard before leaving that building was Doug yelling, "Now, now," at the managers, demanding that they help him take his shirt off and clean it. One of the managers also quit a few minutes after me. PS Next time you go to the movies, remember that there's most likely an uncleaned quantity of bodily fluid somewhere on your chair. It's really hard to get all of the piss out of those thick, cushion-wise seats. It's probably way too late now and this will almost certainly get buried, but my story takes place just a few weeks ago, on December 23rd. I was working in a busy city retail store owned by a family who assigned their son to manage the place. He barely ever showed up, unless it was to do a weed deal in the back room. We dealt in video games and second-hand electronics, so there was a lot of faulty stuff coming in and out all of the time, and as anyone who works in retail will tell you, December the 23rd/24th are the busiest days of the year. So this young mother comes in, and as it turns out, we'd sold her a laptop the previous day which had a faulty battery. We knew it had a faulty battery, but my boss had sold it anyway, because he was an unscrupulous bastard. So she'd bought a near useless laptop 3 days before Christmas, and my boss tells me that she can't have her money back and she will have to wait until January to get a replacement battery. He also tells me not let her know that he's in the back room because he doesn't want to have to deal with her. So I go out and apologize profusely, give her all the usual bullshit, it's company policy and all that crap. All the while, she's getting madder and madder because, quite frankly, we've ruined Christmas for her whole family. Then I hear my boss yelling for me from the back room. He proceeds to tell me off for agreeing with her because I apologized and demands that I get rid of her now. Unfortunately for me, I have a soul and I just couldn't deal the final blow to this poor woman's Christmas. So I just told him that I wouldn't get rid of her, but I'll definitely get rid of me. Then I picked up my coat and faked off, leaving him to do the very task that he had been hiding in the back room to avoid on an insanely busy weekend, with a now completely backed up store thanks to his refusal to give this lady a refund. I really needed the job and ended up having a really rough start to the year, but at least I did the right thing. I worked with a fast food Mexican restaurant with overpriced food that wasn't real Mexican food. They're currently in a problem with all the people getting sick and all take a wild guess, so I was in charge of all the online orders. It was a relatively busy day. No big deal. I've had worse, 30 people ordering within a span of 2 hours. I got this. Then came the big lunch rush. I got this one order for 32 people. It was 12 when I got it, and they wanted it at 12:10. I called them, told them it would be impossible for me to make their good on time. They spoke to manager. Manager came, told me I had to do them on time. Mind you, it was only one person. Okay, sure. I've handled bad before. This was bad. The fakers came in 5 minutes later asking for their food. I was barely in the 10th one. I told them to have a seat. I asked my manager for some help. Told me no, I had to take care of it all in my own. I rushed. And I saw that my other order were backing up and the people were getting really impatient. I had the manager in my neck telling me to hurry up and to go apologize for making them wait. Finally I got the bug order people to agree on more time since I have them a discount. People were still pissed. When I finished the big order I accidentally charged another person the $165 tab. I apologized a lot and said it was fine. I went to the manager to approve the refund. Beach went crazy. How could you let this happen? You faked up. What is wrong with you? I told her I already apologized to the costumer, that I was running late. Here's the kicker, running late. Why didn't you ask for help? Why didn't you come to me? I would have helped you. My coworkers were flustered as I went up to every individual for help when they could spare time. But they got sent back to do their thing. I was set up for failure. So I told the manager, "Fuck this sheet. Bye." And threw my apron at her and left when my line was getting longer and the regular line was too. She yelled at me to come back. I turn around and flip her off. I kid you not, the coworkers on the line clapped. Later in the week I asked one of my coworkers how sheet went after I left. They pretty much said that the managers had to take over my sheet and they were slower than I was. People were actually going in house line to reorder their food. I'm now a counselor, working my dream job helping people live normal lives that they otherwise can't do on their own. Manage 14 clients. And I'm happy here. Fuck that Mexican chain. Many years ago was working full-time front end in a small grocery store chain to save some money before returning to college. Was a key reliable employee and had been promised a promotion to run customer service and or the head teller/office position several times, but it never happened. Then I heard that a swanky country club in town that charged $40 for a burger had mandatory 20% tips on every bill was hiring waiters. Applied for the job to wait tables at the country club, accepted an offer. So I put in my 2 weeks notice at the grocery store. They are very disappointed to lose me. I go out buy several tuxedo shirt uniforms for the new job, and a week later the country club calls me, says, "Oops, we have to put all new staff on a 2-week trial period where you bus tables, then you can wait tables." This set off all kinds of alarm bells for me, but the pay raise once I was waiting tables would have been worth it. So I accept the new parameters, but am on my toes the new management watching for other shenanigans. 2 weeks of bussing tables goes pretty well. I busted Mars to impress them. 2 weeks goes by, then I show up to work dressed to wait tables instead of bussing. The woman who hired me scrambles and calls in the manager who runs the entire country club to have a chat with me, and he explains that I just don't have the experience to wait tables and should go home, come back to work dressed to bus tables. I politely responded that they knew this when they offered me the job a month earlier, and had they advertised the job to bus tables I wouldn't have applied in the first place. He shifts tack, says I haven't worked hard enough to earn it. I asked him why the pathetic restaurant manager who hired me offered me the position wasn't having this conversation with me. I'd never met the country club manager before today, and to hang on 1 second, I picked up the phone off his desk, called the grocery store I used to work at right in front of him, and asked if they still had my old position open. They offered me a promotion to the job I'd wanted on the spot. I accepted, while this guy sat there listening to my end of the conversation with his mouth hanging open, and I soon discovered the spineless restaurant manager who hired me was hiding around the corner listening because she couldn't do her dirty work herself. I hung up and asked if he actually thought I would continue to work for him after being treated that way, lied to, for less money than I was making before I came to work for them. He stuttered, red-faced, then weakly asked if I could at least work a shift that night, since it was going to be a super busy holiday. I laughed, walked out, then stopped to shake my head at the hiring manager hiding around the corner too. Went back to collect my final check a week later. She wouldn't make eye contact. So gratifying. TLD, I hired for a new job, given a different lower paying short-term job w/new employer after I'd put my notice in w/old employer. New management try to stick me W/short-term job permanently. I use the general manager's phone on his desk to secure my old job in front of him in 3 minutes. Laugh, walk out. Oh boy, not me, but another guy at my work recently left in what I would call close to what I'm reading here. So I work at a pretty decent financial firm in Boston. Around the time that reviews and promotions are happening, my company has begun filling higher positions from within. One guy who works at my company, let's call him Steve, starts leaning on his supervisor, a real hard ass from what I've been told, for a promotion that he's been gunning for apparently about 8 years. So this year, Steve has had it, and he isn't being subtle about wanting that promotion. Steve's supervisor looks at him and plainly states that Steve is simply not a good enough nor intelligent enough worker to be considered for the position. Well, later in that day, Steve's boss is sitting in a small meeting with some board members on the 28th floor. What does Steve do? Why, he walks into the meeting and without saying a word, he punches this guy square in the face, taking him right out of his chair. From there I think he must have realized what he had just done, and he proceeds to flee the property. Sad thing is, I think Steve is still in jail. You don't fuck with people with money like those guys have, I guess. Still thought it was a killer way to say I quit. Update. There seems to be a little debate over this. To add more information, the boss was a jerk and apparently really difficult to work with if he didn't like you, so good on Steve for leaving. At the same time, word got around, and apparently, Steve was, in fact, a terrible worker, and apparently he was jailed for this assault, and how he handled it over the next few days. Apparently things devolved into things involving drugs and him fleeing from the police. I can't really remember how drugs were involved, but I remember them being a part of the story. Mostly it was just him fleeing police, I guess. Was working at a Boy Scout camp in California every summer from 2007 to 2012. By the summer of 2012 I was essentially assistant manager of the entire camp, with the program director, my boss, in charge of most day-to-day operations and the camp director in charge of financials and nominally the entire camp, though most of that authority is delegated to the program director in practice. About halfway through the summer, groups of campers come in for 1 week apiece. This was probably week 5 out of 8 or 9. The program director suddenly starts shuffling most of his job responsibilities onto me and a few other experienced senior staff members. We're all overworked already, so I'm like, dude, what's the deal? And he just gave non-committal answers to everything, and whenever I'd go to him for his help on anything, I neither had the authority nor ability nor hours in the day I would need to do his job effectively, let alone his and mine at the same time. He'd find some excuse not to. This was a huge change, since usually he was one of the most energetic and hard-working guys at the camp, who was a real leader by example, but he was so important to running things that without him stuff really started falling apart. The camp director's out of the camp for a couple of days, had to get some supplies from town, and had a meeting at our council office, which is a good distance away, 3 Rs maybe, so he was in no rush to make it a quick trip. Anyway, since he's gone, since the PD won't talk to me, there's really not much else I can do. This have made my job infinitely harder, and, let me be straight with you, I was already not particularly great at my job anyway, and with the program director holed up in his office all day with me trying to do 2 jobs, and getting chewed out by everyone every time something the PD would be taking caring of inevitably slips through the cracks. Eventually I try to do something that seems like it should have been trivial, that he was supposed to take care of, and managed to fuck it up about as badly as it could be faked up. Was probably going to cost us a large troop of scouts coming back to the camp again the next year, which is like $15k worth of damage that I managed to do in 5 minutes. BSA is a non-profit, but we still need to keep the lights on. Ick now. End up getting in a shouting match with the PD in the mess hall over it, where he's chewing me out for faking up, and I'm chewing him out for putting me in that situation in the first place. Eventually he turns around and punches a support pillar for the building and storms off. Ended up breaking a couple of bones in his hand. I go out to a random spot in the forest, find a random tree to lean against, and say, fuck it, either I'm getting fired when the camp director gets back, or the PD is, and I'm getting his job. I'm taking a goddamn nap. Anyone who's worked at a BSA camp can tell you that no matter how much adrenaline you have going through you from a shouting match and impending termination, if you have an opportunity to take a nap, your body finds a way to shut itself down, and you take a fucking nap. Maybe an hour and a half later I wake back up, walk back into camp, see the camp director's truck parked, and hear his voice from inside the nearest building. He sounds mad about something. Cool. So one of us got fired. I notice a bunch of other staff members chilling out by some tables and they definitely have the oh shit, somebody just got fired face. So I walk over and I'm like, yo, who got fired? Todd. Todd is neither me nor the PD. Todd is maybe the nicest, most experienced, most hard-working guy at the entire camp. I don't know anyone who ever had a bad thing to say about Todd, either on a personal or a professional level. Todd is also bisexual. Turns out that the meeting the camp director was at least in part due to the comprehensive policy review the BSA's head office had done on their policy of gay members and scouting. This still being 2012. That was the year they went, oh yeah, gays totally shouldn't be in scouting. Todd's queerness was something of an open secret, and I guess somehow that had become a really open secret to the point where someone at the council office, who seriously come to the camp like 2 times a year of that, had told the camp director that he needed to fire Todd immediately. He'd called the PD and told the PD to do so. The PD was like fuck that and had been stonewalling him for the past 2 days, hadn't told anyone else at the camp since he knew there'd probably be a riot, and had just been stewing over it in his office. CD fires Todd within 2 minutes of getting back to camp. He's already packed up and left the camp while I was asleep, and then started getting into it with the PD. Turns out they're arguing over whether the PD is going to quit immediately or wait until the weekend, when we'll have the current group of scouts leaving and a different bunch of troops coming in. As soon as they hash that out, he's staying until the weekend. I'm like, hey dude, about before. And he's like, no, don't even say anything. And we have a bro moment and everything is cool. Because honestly, how the fuck can we spare any rage for each other after what just happened? PD tells the CD he's going to resign on Saturday after the current group of scouts leaves. New group gets in on Sunday. CD is probably operating under the assumption that when this happens, I'll be acting as the program director. Hahaha, like fuck that 10 ways to Tuesday. I basically phone it in for the next 2 days, even harder than the PD had for the previous 2. Spend most of my time going around convincing other people to quit with me and the PD on Saturday. We all print up hilariously formal letters of resignation and drop them on the CD's desk and peace out. Todd snuck back into camp to say goodbye to everyone and all of us quitting. Took a cool picture. Todd's the redhead in the middle, the PD is the tall guy to his left, I'm to the left of him. Then a bunch of us went to watch The Dark Knight Rises. It had just come out, we had already been planning on seeing it before quitting, and fact that we are not changing those plans, and then went and rented a public campground and got stupidly drunk. Kinda wish I'd been there the next day to see the CD's face when he realized that more than 1/3 of his staff had quit overnight. I know secondhand that he ended up calling a bunch of people who'd worked there previously to come back as scabs. As you might have heard, that anti-gay policy has been fully repealed now. It wasn't much, but I like to feel like we were at least a drop in the tide that helped make that change. Anyway, it's no Montgomery, but that was my little stand for civil rights and quitting in a blaze of glory. If anyone read this far. I was lifeguarding at a pond for a summer and teaching swim lessons to kids from the city. On my second to last day of the summer I got caught peeing in the water. Everyone did it, and even though there were no kids within 10 yards, I got yelled at by a tiny person. Thought she was a camper. When I returned to the beach, she chewed me out for about 5 minutes until I finally just said some sort of apology. I found out later that she was actually the assistant director to one of the camps. Oops. So the next day I come to work, and apparently she has been beaching at management all day that she wants another apology, but she didn't remember who it was. My direct boss is covering for me, but is also pleading with me to give some sort of apology. Since it's my last day and I have to leave early for a wedding, I reluctantly agree. Not knowing if she would show up to the beach, I wrote a note that said, I apologize for peeing in the water when there were literally no kids nearby. I'm not an idiot and everybody does it. I do think you blew this up to a whole new level, though. Turns out she did come to the beach 5 minutes before I was leaving. So I parked my car at the top of the beach, walked down, handed her the note, said have a nice life, went to the car, and drove away without looking back. I got a couple of phone calls from coworkers who were dying of laughter. Apparently the woman went up to where all the lifeguards were, started screaming at all of them for being unprofessional, lost her sheet when they couldn't take her seriously, then threw off a bunch of her clothes and just went into the water. I thought I was quitting. But they hired me back the next summer and gave me a promotion. I'm not even going to hide the identity of the company I worked for. It was Central Casting in Burbank, California. I came from a background of extras casting in the Southeast. I worked for the #1 company on the East Coast before owning my own business. I even worked on a film in New Orleans, starting from scratch and gaining exposure through carefully planned media press releases and open calls to get the background actors we needed. I moved to LA and applied to Central. Most people who start there have zero experience, and I was hoping with my 6 years of unbeatable experience, I'd be hired as a casting director. I wasn't, was hired as a temp, and figured, okay, they want to make sure I know the bees. So I suffered through 4 months of temp, and then was hired as an assistant, which is the gruntiest of the grunt work. People pass on the sheet they won't want to do, they make you answer all the phone calls, and you end up staying late helping people who leave before you. All for about $10 an hour, which is bullshit in this industry. Because of my experience, I was the only assistant to ever be requested by a producer to work on their show in the 90-year history of the company, which still did not prompt them to give me a raise or promotion. One of the managers had me lay out the plan I had when working in New Orleans by promising me that I would be taking the job for Jurassic World filming in New Orleans. They took my intel, 6 months worth of work of mine that I had accomplished alone, for Central to use to take the job, and ended up taking someone else there to do the extras casting for Jurassic World. That was the beginning of the end for me. I could go into the cultish behaviors and sexist treatment of the Mormon VPs and the horrendous business practices, like having one person casting 7 to 10 shows, but only being paid one salary, even though Central was being paid per show. No wonder their shares went up every year when they were making about $1,000 for every $10 they paid out. When I had finally put in enough hours to request a vacation, first request in 2 years of working there, to visit my brother and niece, it was denied. So I turned in my 2-week notice in time for my requested vacation anyway, and they also had to cut me a check for those vacation days. I ended up getting a $5K check upon quitting, and took my resume to a smaller company in principal casting, leads for major shows, Marvel, Netflix, David Fincher to name a few, which is where I still am today, making 5x more than I ever did at Central for less work, because they appreciate the experience that I bring to the table. Fact: Central Casting. Very late to the party, but oh well. We worked at a unified comms company. Small, we were 12 employees, but we got a lot of big contracts and we all worked hard. Management made promises and treated us like humans, or so we thought, so we did it. Christmas was coming around and there were rumors of big bonuses. Come the Christmas party, and they hand out the envelopes. Everyone is excited. We open it to find a Christmas card. Nothing else. Monday morning, management has a meeting with everyone telling them how we underperformed and how there are no bonuses and won't be any raises in the new year either, not even covering inflation. Obviously everyone is upset about this because the feedback we had been getting from the clients were fantastic and we had busted ours to make deadlines. Also, the office manager and the hour manager were overheard talking in the break room about their bonuses and the nice vacations they'll be taking with it. The weeks after that we were treated horribly and the conditions were just getting worse. So we all start looking for something else. Those who got offers left and informed the rest of us that we were ridiculously underpaid for the industry. Fast forward 2 months. 4 of the tech guys had left. I was still looking for something else, but had a few interviews lined up, so wasn't worried. 2 other ladies didn't have the motivation to get something else, and the PM still hoped things would change if she worked hard. Because we were so small and everyone was involved in the implementation, we sat on the client site, didn't have a separate office somewhere. So the PM, barely 23, she had just gotten her degree and had been working 80 hours a week, comes in one day and gets called into a meeting with the bosses, ours, seer and office manager. They tell her what a horrible job she's been doing and they are going to cut her pay. She'll only be getting 50% of what she used to get. This, after she'd taken over responsibilities from all 4 the other people who had already left and got glowing reviews from all the clients she had engaged, and her projects were all running on time. She walks out, takes her laptop and slams it so hard on the desk that we can hear the laptop shatter and the desk crack, screams "I'm done with this sheet," and gets out her personal laptop and types her resignation letter, all the while narrating what she's typing. She detailed all the abuse we had gone through and the broken promises, all the laws they were breaking, having us work 50 to 100 hours overtime a month without additional pay, and the mismanagement. She then sends it to everyone in the company, CCs all her contacts at our clients, and walks out. Keep in mind, since we are at our biggest client, the entire floor witnesses this breakdown point. We lost that contract due to breach of contract. Our company had to commit to fair labor practices, and she showed them very clearly how they did not. And then slowly our other clients also started to get out. I quit 2 weeks later, got an offer for my dream job, and I'm still working here 5 years later, and last I heard the company went bankrupt 4 months later. TLDR, I'm done with this sheet. Breaks laptop. I had a job my freshman and sophomore year of college at a dress store that had 3 stores open within an hour of each other, in different malls. My job didn't have a specific name. He wasn't very proficient in computers and he wanted to transition into bringing his dress business online. Basically, I would manage his website, upload new dresses, input information, handle orders, as well as smaller tasks like managing his Ups account, Dropbox, and so on. I had Photoshop and had a good grasp on graphic designing as a hobby, so I also designed posters, edited all his dress photos, made his business card and logo, created and sent advertisements, promotions, and emails, made banners, ran his social media accounts. That in itself was a lot to handle, but he was, by all means, a complete dick. He would berate me and yell at me for no reason, and being that his first language wasn't English, we would often have communication issues where he would simply lash out due to simple misunderstandings. Example, he spent a day yelling at me for not being able to change his low quality pictures due to shitty camera to ultra high quality. He would yell at me for not asking him questions before doing things and not taking initiative. Then, he would yell at me for not asking him before doing things. He would insult me in his mother language, we are the same ethnicity, and he would look down on me and disrespect me. He would scream at me. The way he treated the people we worked with was disgusting. He called and yelled at our web coder for not having the site up on a certain day, although she had gotten into an accident and was in the hospital. He continued complaining to me about this for weeks, to the point that she had to send him a picture of her in the hospital to prove that she literally almost died. I was paid $10 an hour, and being a college student paying their way through college, I kept working for him. I also got the job because he knew my neighbor, and my neighbor is very good friends with my mother, so I felt a bit trapped. So where does the blaze of glory happen? Well, his senior worker, most of his staff quit due to his abuse, and best worker, who worked with him for years, took a liking to me as she drove me between different stores. She was pregnant, and she had told me before that she didn't really need this job. The day he screamed at me, she calmed me down and reassured me that he was the one being unreasonable. He loved to gaslight people, and she couldn't stand that he was acting this way. She was aware of his bad behavior, but lately, it was bothering her more and more, and she didn't want to be in such a stressful environment with a kid on the way. Anyhow, one particular day, I took a weekend off from college to drive down and help him update his website some more. Despite his abusive behavior, I still wanted the store and the website to be successful, as I felt very connected to it for all the hours and sweat I poured into it. A phone call that doesn't go his way sets him off, and he ends up yelling at me about it. He's screaming and saying all this shit about how I'm causing him to feel stressed and ill because I'm not working to his standards, and about my attitude. I had confronted him earlier and told him to please not disrespect me because I felt incredibly hurt by his behavior and all this bullshit. At this point, I was done with being nice and began yelling back at him. Up to this point, I just took it. He yelled some insensitive things at me, and at that point, the senior worker, who was the only one working storefront, I worked from a computer in the back office, stepped in and began yelling at him, saying she was completely disgusted at his behavior, and he shifted his attention onto her. She defended me and then, to my completely surprise, quit. She grabbed her things and he quickly changed his tune, trying to reason with her, but she apologized to me and left. He then turned towards me and began blaming me for everything, but at that point, I began packing my things, ignoring his screaming, looked him in the eye and said, in our native tongue, "Why do you constantly blame others for your own incompetence?" and walked right out. I think I was shaking at that point, but once the adrenaline wore off, I felt relieved, and I knew I made the right decision. So he lost the senior worker and me, the only two people with the experience and technical skill to help run his internet platform and store, and although I could do something pettier and destroy all his files and websites, as I probably still have access, I won't, because I know he's going to fail with his brand of leadership, and I'd rather have him realize that his own incompetence is a reason for it. TLDR, as whole boss blames others and disrespects hardworking and underpaid staff, ends up with zero experienced staff and a whole lot of salt. This is long. Sorry in advance. Shortly after getting married and moving from a city that I loved to a small town in bumfuck, he had a good job. I didn't. There wasn't much of a choice. I applied for and got a job as a cook at a local bar for about a month. Things were going well. I didn't care for a couple of the people that I worked with. They were young and cliquish, but they didn't really bother me, so it wasn't a big deal. And there was another woman that I worked with that I really liked. So, all in all, I was pretty happy with the job. Just over a month in, a woman that I hadn't met yet returned to work from an extended vacation, and, for the foreseeable future, I was scheduled to work with her. There was conflict immediately. Thursday nights were wing nights and a deep fry only menu. It was popular. There weren't many options nearby and the food was pretty good, so on Thursdays we would have a single person call in for 200 or more wings, fries, etc. So, at any given time, I could have an order for hundreds of wings and other deep fried items and I only had 4 baskets to fry with. It was hectic, to say the least. I had worked every one of these shifts since I had started, and I always did fine. There was always only one cook on duty. The night before wing nights, the staff is supposed to get several boxes of wings out of the freezer to thaw for the next night. She worked that night and neglected to do so. So, from the very beginning, things were going shitty. I was having to attempt to fast thaw wings under running water, break apart blocks of wings, and throw them into the fryers still frozen, which causes a massive amount of oil exploding everywhere, and of course they took longer than the thawed version, so falling behind on orders was inevitable. She spent the first few hours belittling me non-stop, yelling and cussing, and just basically being a massive cunt and constantly making a scene. About 3 hours in, she came into the kitchen, just as I received an order for 500 wings and a dozen orders of fries. And that was just one of the orders that came in. I probably had well over 2,000 wings ordered alone at that point in time. And she proceeded to pick up a handful of maybe 6 wings, put them in a basket, and lower them into the deep fryer. She looked at me and said, "These are for me. Don't touch them. I like them blackened." After several minutes, I removed the damned wings to make room for actual orders. At which point she stomped into the kitchen, took the basket out of the oil, dumped a customer's wings into the trash, and proceeded to scream at me about touching her food. I just stood there and nodded until she finally stomped out. And then I proceeded to take 2 bricks of frozen wings and throw them into the deep fryers without the baskets, along with all of the sheets with the existing orders written on them. And then I walked out into the main area of the bar with the basket of her wings, calmly dumped them at her feet with a big smile on my face and my middle finger in the air. I walked out of the bar as she started screaming bloody murder. About 20 minutes later I got a text from her. She wanted me to come back to the bar and fight her. I drove over, stood across the street, and told her to come out. She came to one of the front windows and stared out at me as I danced on the side of the road with my middle fingers in the air and a big smile on my face. She didn't come out to fight me, just like I knew she wouldn't. Had a knee injury for 4 months. Came back to a job I hated. Had multiple complaints about this one coworker who slept on the job, made mistakes, was obese, disgusting, a pathological liar, and basically a giant cheat who had been there for 20 years, so it was going to cost them too much to sack him. He hated me because I learned my job and his in under a month, and he still couldn't get it right. Before I got the injury, I told the general manager and my direct boss about the issues with him and that I want to be moved. They decided to move me, but after my injury the person they moved back in there quit in a similar fashion to me. Big surprise. I came back and worked my ass off to recover from the injury after surgery, and he had been spreading rumors that I faked it. I came in one day absolutely sick as a dog and threw up. I told this bloke I needed the door open due to it being a stuffy room with recycled air and was making me worse. He agreed till I left the room and closed it instantly. I came back and reopened it, and he started a heated argument. He threatened me, and I lost it. I told him, "You are the laziest faking useless waste of human filth I've ever met, and I hope you die." After more back and forth, he told me I better watch how I speak to him, and said he was going to bash me. I told him by the time he gets off his fat ass his head would be through the wall. He went to get up to fight me, and I put my fist through the wall beside him, and he was stunned. Boss told me to get back in the room after I left, or my job's gone. Told him if he puts me back in that room right now it would be a very big mistake. Said alright, you're gone. Walked out and wiped blood all over my Bundy card. The place is falling apart now without me. I've heard from multiple people as I was doing 3 people's jobs and working 50 to 60 hour weeks every week. Feels good, man. Was a horrible job, and what transpired was building up from nearly a year of bullshit, but I needed the job. I'm now studying and enjoying life. Worked at a small trucking company managing all the drivers, payroll, billing, everything. I showed up on time and left late every day. The owners would show up 3 hours late and leave 2 hours early twice a week, and not show up the rest of the week. Just call on the phone and coordinate some things. Started off and my pay was X, and both the owners told me they would let me work for a month and then give me a raise. I worked there for almost 13 months. Constantly they would barrage me about mistakes that they made on paperwork and with locations and pricing and stuff. They would continually just beach about the simplest sheet that just happens, and trucking sheet just happens, but they would get wrapped around the axles on it and have to blame it on someone and then take it out on me. A year in, at the same pay, I asked for my raise I was promised 11 months ago. I was told that I didn't live in the real world and that no one asks for raises and gets them, and I didn't do anything right, and he kept going on and on. I started looking for another job and found one quickly. I told them I could start in 2 weeks. The next day I walked in just like any other day and got to work. About 10:30 one of the owners walks in on a rampage, barraging me like usual about how stupid I am and can't do anything right. I get everything in line for the next day, and at 2 o'clock I walk into his office and tell him I have a question for him. I walk in, sit my office key on the desk and sit down and say, "I just wanted to let you know that I wouldn't piss on either of you if you were on fire," talking about both owners. He looked at me in amazement and started to say something, and I stood up and said, "Fuck you," and just walked out. Best feeling on earth. Not me, but in my 10+ years at Walmart, this is the best I've ever seen. We hired an eccentric Mormon kid to work overnights in the frozen department. After about a year, he's graduated the local community college and is ready to move on to the state university. Decides he doesn't want to work at Walmart while going to said university. Instead of putting in his 2 weeks or up and quitting like a normal guy, he waits until 6:30 a.m., 30 minutes before his shift is up, and right as the store manager is making their entrance to put on his show, gets on the intercom and starts rapping lyrics below. I had him send them to me about his time at Walmart and how it's time to leave. This is also the same year someone on the East Coast got on the PA and told all black people to leave a store. So the moment our managers hear someone not doing a normal page, panic ensues. Finishes his rap, dons a giant hot dog suit and struts back to the manager's office to turn in his badge. Leo struts out the front door with the managers trying to catch him point banned from the store for life. Hilarious lyrics. F_R_O_Z_E_N that's how you spell frozen. Best department in the store. Everybody wants some more. It was back last April and I needed some money. I was so broke it was not funny. I applied for a job and interviewed with Arnold, then I peed in a cup and everything was final after a new badge and some associate training. I was macking money, just like it were raining. The past 10 months have been so fun. I'm kind of sad that now I've got to run. Making money is great, making money is fine, but after I was set I just wanted free time. So I'm saying adios, I'm saying sayonara. I wish you all well, may you have a good life. For Captain Bird Call signing off. Rooster Crow. Oh yay, he liked to creep up on people, flap his arms like wings and scream rooster crows. I worked at a big retail clothing store that is currently dying. I had a manager who treated me like shit because I lived with a guy he had a crush on. I worked there for about 6 months and was not only treated bad from him, but also his 2 sidekick chicks who thought they ran the place. One day on a cold January as I'm unloading boxes of clothes from the truck, my hand started to freeze on the cardboard because I had forgotten my gloves that day. The 2 chicks were doing nothing when my roommate hit me up seeing if I wanted to go out for a smoke, to which I accepted. Outside is my roommate, his assistant, and myself all crowded around a heater to keep warm as we smoke our cancer. After the smoke was out my mind snapped and told them I'm quitting and have my back because I'm telling everyone how I feel. After that I went and pulled my car up to the front door, walked back in and got on the intercom and proceeded to cuss out my manager and his 2 sidekicks for a good 5 minutes. What most people didn't know was that my manager played for both teams, if you catch my drift. Well, they all knew when I was done going on my rant. Afterwards, I got in my car, light up a joint, and drove home. I didn't feel bad about it. He treated me like shit because he was jealous of my living situation. He thought I was banging his crush, my best friend, when in reality I was still heartbroken when my ex-girlfriend broke up with me months prior, and he let me move in to help me on hard times. My father was working at GMC for 25 years, and the new boss thought my father was stealing from the company. My dad was the manager of the rental department, so my father, has never seen the inside of a police station, who works extremely hard day in and out, almost had a stroke. They fired him, and it felt as if I had just gotten fired. I was working at a casino as a dealer, and as it were a private casino, there were things I did not agree with at all, and when this milestone came I just clashed. I walked into work on a Friday night shift, right into my boss's office and said, "Hey guys, I quit." And my boss Dale just said, "Okay." That was it. Now I've moved 3,500 miles away. I'm still a dealer going 7 years, and my father now makes $125,000 a year working building custom made kitchens, decks. It's honestly a year-round unlimited work job. My new casino pays my taxi rides home. I get paid extra. If I work a night shift, I get hourly breaks, and I have zero stress. It was honestly the best damn thing I had ever done. Oddly enough, it took us leaving our jobs to realize what was more important, family or our future. We can always go back home. Edit. I also forgot to mention almost a year later they found the missing money. We hired a lawyer to sue, and guess what? Our lawyer ended up with a brand new SUV and tells us we better find a different lawyer. Shortly after I graduated college, I worked at a photography studio. I was hired in November, right before their big holiday rush. I was a photography major in college, so this job was perfect for me. I was so happy to be there until I realized that this was not a photography job. This was a crummy retail job where all that matters is how much money you can make the company. They ran big promotions where you could get a sheet ton of photographs for $20, but the company still expected you to average about $200 per sale. As is the nature of this kind of studio, a lot of lower income people come in due to the low price. I don't blame them. Great deal. And it is nearly impossible to get a $200 sale out of them. The kinds of people who have the money to spend $200 on photos were rare and wouldn't come into a studio like this, and if they did, the more senior employees would notice and take them and reap the benefits of a high sale point. This didn't stop me until I actually got to the holiday rush. These days were horrible. I worked 6 days a week for a minimum of 12 hours with one 30-minute break, which sometimes was after the first hour you got there. So basically you'd work for 11 hours straight. This company wanted to maximize their profits, so there was a new shoot scheduled to go in every 10 minutes. Quickly setting the scene to make sense. There were 2 rooms. Ideally you spend 10 minutes in room 1 then 10 minutes in room 2. Go out and make your sale. However, this never fucking happened. Ever. Working with a lot of young kids or large groups of families, you could be in each room for 20 minutes, sometimes longer. And once you finally go to look at the pictures, that could take literally an hour if the customer was a huge pain. This caused a huge logjam and some families wouldn't actually go in for their shoot until almost an hour or 2 after their scheduled time. This led to a lot of extremely angry people and the whole studio was crowded with about 100 people screaming and yelling and complaining about when their turn was. Since everyone was angry before the shoot, their pictures were never that good because they all looked pissed off. So basically, every day I was exhausted from dealing with these people and physically exhausted from the running around and constant work with no breaks. However, I was supposed to convince these pissed off people to spend all of their money to keep my sales numbers up. After working in these conditions for a month, I was so fed up with the process that I couldn't handle it anymore. I had lost about 15 pounds in that month from lack of eating, sleep and stress, and I was going delirious. So this one family came in. They were a pretty typical middle class family who came in, and I remember they were complaining early on that we were 10 minutes late to take them in for their shoot. We eventually took them in about an hour after their time and they were all furious, but it was time to smile and look happy for the pictures, so I did what I could. They were one of those families that wanted to direct the shoot and were spending a lot of time trying to figure out what would work best for them, and I was getting beyond annoyed. We spent about 20 minutes in each room, and with their self-directing, a lot of the pictures were looking awful. We finally get to the computer to look over their photos and they are taking their goddamn time with each one. Slowly, the mother is starting to realize that she is really unhappy with each one. Each one had some minor flaw that was not up to her standards. As we go through each one, about 60 pictures in all, she start making comments like, you just aren't a good photographer, are you? And I guess with low-end photographers, this is the quality you get. I was faking furious. It's not my fault your shitty kids don't look good in a photo, and that the bags under your eyes are noticeable. After getting about halfway through looking at the photos, she turns and looks at me and says in a sweet tone that she would like a reshoot and she wanted a large discount for this hassle faking beach. You come in here and wasted everyone's time to try and scam us and get free pictures. That is all she wanted. I was at my wit's end and furious. After a month of shit like this, I stood up, took off my name tag, said go fuck yourself, got my coat and left. It was the best feeling I've ever felt in my whole life. I have an actual fuck you, I quit story, Allah half-baked, if anyone's still reading this. In high school, I worked at a chain pizza store. Our manager was awesome, really laid back, laissez-faire attitude with employees, who were all in high school, trusted us to get work done without micromanaging, let us eat pizza, etc. Thus, while we definitely faked around a lot, we always got everything done, had a pretty good score from corporate. One of my classmates was a really homely unpopular girl that I kind of knew was nice to at school out of a mix of pity solidarity. I wasn't popular either, but no one made fun of me. But once I started working under her purview I regretted ever being kind to her. She was an unreasonable disciplinarian who harped on us for the smallest perceived mistakes, talked down to everyone. She was high on that sweet assistant manager power trip. Luckily, bad as manager guy always undermined her attempts to assert her authority, so we are all kept happy, stayed productive. It was pretty common knowledge that underminer girl would report she to the regional manager, but no one paid it much mind. Because the store was profitable, we figured nothing would come of it. One day I walked in to see underminer girl going over the books with what is obviously a new manager lady, so I asked, hey, where's badass manager guy? Assistant manager slash underminer girl looked at me with a smirk and informed me that he'd been fired for all our tomfoolery, that he'd been told to fire a bunch of us en masse refused. I looked at the two of them for a beat, then peeled off my company shirt, placed it gently on the front counter, said oh, okay. Then I quit. New manager lady looked at me while underminer girl stood mouth agape, said you can't do that. Old _ Daniel _ Plainview. You're scheduled to work. I calmly replied fuck you, I just did, flipped off underminer girl, walked out feeling like the most badass 17-year-old on earth. From then on I would smirk at that assistant manager girl every time I saw her in the halls. I also told a congressional candidate whose campaign I was managing that he was faking crazy, that I was not going to jail for him for violating campaign finance laws when he paid me a month's salary in an envelope in the dim parking lot of a highway motel. He lost by one of the largest margins in state history. I later successfully filed his eviction when I worked in law, which was one of the sweetest feelings I've ever experienced. I left my job amicably but still managed to leave like a badass according to some coworkers. I got a new job lined up and then put in my notice. I worked part-time then, so I was only required to put in 2 weeks notice. I had just switched departments within the store and wasn't really fond of my new manager. I also realized I had no time between my current job and my new job. I gave myself a weekend and that was it. I got the idea to use sick time, since I was able to use it for future days before and didn't really require approval like vacation days, plus I wasn't sure I would get paid out for them. Might as well use them and get paid to not work a few days, so I ask around if it's something I can do to the managers I like, and they all tell me they aren't sure and to try it out. So I do. I use 2 days of sick, which effectively gets me the whole week off. I'm not told anything in the interim. No call saying that my time was approved or not approved, so I went in as schedule and dressed to work. My new manager saw me come in and talked about some stuff that was on the agenda for the day, and then I proceeded to talk 2 hours. They said my sick time was approved, so I walked out. One coworker said that was the most brazen and baddest thing they've seen me or anyone do at the job. I really pissed off my then current manager, but in fairness he probably should have looked at the schedule and saw I was off, or I should have spoke with him. I immediately packed my bags and went camping with my dad. It was amazing. I also got paid out for my sick days, so I also made out like a bandit, which was nice. I worked at a big Chinese company called Huawei. They hired me on a 0 hours contract, gave me 2 hours training, blamed me for bad data. I just analyzed the data and gave feedback. They even asked me to manipulate the data to make it look better. 0.99% of my co-workers were Chinese, and despite the fact my Chinese was better than their English, they would insist in speaking English with me and then Chinese to everyone else. Co-workers would give me their jobs and go off for lunch. All in all, a shithole of a company and a cunt of a manager who just seemed to blame me for everything. How they got so big is beyond me. Anyway, one day I just had enough and quit on the spot via email and walked out. I was called up saying I couldn't quit, probably because I was the only person in the office who could work their new system, which I taught myself. They offered me a job in a different department, more money. I declined. They said you signed a contract, you have to give 2 weeks notice. Well, tough luck you fakers. If you're gonna use 0 hour contracts, you better know that I don't have to give you any notice. So I said, okay, consider this my 2 weeks notice. Note that I'm unavailable for work during these 2 weeks. The feeling of not having to go back into work the next day was such a weight off my shoulders. Late to the party, but here's my tale from 199,915 years ago. I had completed 6 months training as a chilled foods supervisor for a UK budget supermarket no longer in business. Think red and quick. I was due to marry my fiance pretty soon, and he was working away all week. We were spending precious little time together, and it hurt. We were in love, and were working hard towards our futures. I had a manager who was younger than me, cool whatever, we are both ladies, and get on great. A lot of time in my job was stocking chilled produce out on the shop floor. The week previous, we had our rotas set. I was to do the early Saturday 6 AM start, finishing at 12 noon, Sunday off. A very rare weekend with my fiancée. I was really looking forward to this. I clock in at 6 AM and crack right on. I'm super motivated, whizzing through my tasks, all the while my little love pumping heart is carrying me through the day. Until manager comes in at 9 AM. What? She's on rota for 12 to 6, stands next to me on the shop floor and starts to work alongside me. I look at her quizzically and ask why she has clocked in 3 hours early. She replies, no I haven't. I finish at 3 PM. You are here full day till close now. She knew this was so precious to me that I'm scraping a living and missing my so very bad as he works away all week. She knows we're getting married. I turn and say no. You know so is coming back at 12 noon and we are spending the weekend together. Remember, I told you this doing the rota last week? She denied everything and said it was more important for her to finish early because her badass boyfriend was picking her up to go for a regular night out. My brain neurons kinda fused at this point. I can't describe the heady mixture of anger and pure fury, knowing she had done this on purpose. But she's the manager, right? Wrong. She's not my manager. If I quit, point right there. Stacking butter and cheese. I peel off my uniform, slam down the bunch of stockies, my pager, before mobile phones we had pagers, and threw my name badge skidding on the floor. I flipped her the bird, clocked out and never looked back. TLD, I had great search. I work on aircraft. I found a major problem with an aircraft one day. After working on it for the first time, I called my supervisor and was basically told, oh, we've known about that and it's fine. Well, it wasn't fine. It was a major safety issue. Something that could very well have killed people. I expressed my concern. I was told to leave it and sign off the inspection. I use my license to sign off inspections, which therefore makes me liable. I said I wouldn't sign the aircraft off as airworthy, and if anyone else did I would notify the FAA if the problem wasn't fixed. My job was threatened over the phone. I called my boss's boss and told him the situation. He said the same thing my supervisor did. I repeated my standing on the situation. My job was threatened again. I hung up and called the FAA. Luckily I was smart enough to record the conversations it had with my bosses. I had been warned that this type of thing he happened before. Long story short, the company was audited by the FAA. I quit immediately. The company wasn't able to proceed with normal business operations for about a month. I later interviewed with another company. It came to my attention that my old boss hadn't given me a very good recommendation, to out it lightly. To make this long story a little shorter, I sued them and won about 3 years worth of pay. My former boss lost his job and is no longer in the business. At a fairly low point in my working life, I found myself out of gainful employment and ended up taking a job in a call center handling orders and complaints for a very upmarket clothing company. The customers were, generally, assholes. If you can spend hundreds of pounds on a couple of dress shirts, that naturally gives you the divine right to talk down to the guy on the other end of the phone. Staff turnover was pretty bad. The company was in a perpetual state of active recruitment, which I've since been told is common for call centers. Hours were long, staff were micromanaged to the extreme, and spending more than 2 minutes in the bathroom was cause for a performance review. Nevertheless, I'm very good at my job. My stats, which management and therefore call center ops obsess about, are always excellent, and I'm unmatched in terms of performance. One day, without warning, Bowers distributes some paperwork which turns out to be new contracts. Team leaders make a big deal of pointing out that nothing has changed, this happens every year, etc. One of my colleagues who had the misfortune to work there for much longer than I actually gets out his old contract and checks it through. The only difference is the introduction of a new clause that says something to the effect of call center ops will be required to take unpaid leave in the event that manager deems there to be insufficient work for them. Naturally everyone is pissed because they have bills to pay and mouths to feed. And if people are being told to stay home, that means the workload of people still working increases. There's also some wording that says staff should be prepared to attend work at short notice if the workload does increase unexpectedly, even if they'd been told to stay home before that. Everyone is going crazy, and I end up being some kind of ringleader, telling everyone that we deserve better than this. Call center jobs are easy to come by, etc. Point hours catch wind and decide to make an example of me, no doubt expecting that it will scare others into accepting the new terms. So they tell me, in front of everyone, that if I'm not prepared to sign the new contract, then I can consider myself terminated with immediate effect. As I'm grabbing my jacket, I notice 8 or 9 other people logging off their computers and heading towards the exit. Ours rep asks what they're doing. One guy just says simply, "I thought you just fired us all," and we all head to the pub for lunch. As we are knocking back a few beers, another colleague sends me a picture of the screen that displays the queue of waiting calls. I kid you not, there are 73 people waiting to scream at someone about their shirt being the wrong size, or that their delivery hasn't arrived when they placed their order the night before. I show everyone, we clink glasses together, and settle down to get very drunk. TLDR, I unintentionally got call center staff riled up and instigated a mass walkout. This might not be so much a blaze of glory as a smoldering coal of revenge. TLDR, after many issues working with this large multinational company, my boss tried to fuck me over on my pay, so I emailed the CEO directly and had my ass kissed the rest of the way home. Anyway, I was working on a NID contract and our company had lost the rebid. Legally, the new company has to offer the existing contractors jobs before hiring others. At our site, 2 people remained, our SA and myself. The new company ended up being roughly a month late with getting people to the site, so it was just us 2 working, and now without vehicles, when it had normally been about 6 people with 2 vehicles. Then the new guys got there, and not a single one of them had any of the required certifications to be on the job, nor did they have a sliver of experience between them. Most of them were good guys and picked up on the sheet very quickly, going above and beyond with the job duties and their certs very quickly. However, the new site manager was a complete piece of shit. She was down at the HQ building, which under the old company we handled with 1 or 2 people. She had herself, her lackey she got specially hired, who had the same job title and certifications as I did, but she hired him to do my job so I couldn't, and 2 other guys down there with her. Here is where it gets awesome. I had worked on this site for 2 years at this point and developed a relationship and reputation among our customers there. They knew what to expect and who to see if shit wasn't getting done. We start hearing complaints about the manager being abrasive and not fixing issues. Then she starts calling me to come handle her tickets for an area that already has 4 techs, as mentioned above. Eventually, all of us employees minus her pet have enough and call the big boss to complain. We find out that our site manager is the big boss's pet project and he calls us a bunch of whiners. No problem, I know enough about how this place functions to work with it. Now I should mention this is a military contract where we support both soldiers and other contractors. This means we fall under the site's unit commander and their S6 section. Every time I get a complaint about my boss, I redirect that person to the S6, whom I had built up a good relationship with over the past 2 years. As you can imagine, S6 gets tired of these pretty quickly. But then the best thing ever happened. One day, just after lunch, the 2 guys who worked down with the manager and her pet came over to our office and told us this amazing story. The pet had been alone in the office when LTC, Lieutenant Colonel, came by with a computer issue. The pet just told him that's not my job and closed the door in his face. As most of you can probably imagine, this is the wrong thing to say to anyone, let alone a high-ranking officer in the organization you support. Fast forward to the next week and the command had worked with the S6 to ban this manager from their footprint. Read, the army can't technically fire a contractor, but they can make it so that the company has no choice other to do so, or continue paying them purely out of that company's own pocket. Took their office back, and the pet fled the site without telling anyone. It was amazing. P1/2. Afterward, the project manager sent down a new site manager. At first it was great. He knew a little bit, was a hard worker, etc. However, it quickly turned into overbearing micromanagement. It wasn't just the micromanagement that made people resent him, though. That could have been overlooked by the good that he did, such as getting the vehicles back. He was also very childish and took offense to everything. Anytime someone didn't want to hang out, he'd be there to be offended. He was volatile and would throw tantrums if you disagreed with his method of doing something. It put a real dampener on the morale and mood of the rest of the crew, where we used to get together to play games, drink near beer, and watch movies, not US, so couldn't go home. We stopped simply to avoid interaction with him. Essentially, he was a schoolyard bully. We came to understand he wasn't sent as the site manager, but as a site punishment for getting the PM's pet fired. Eventually, everyone at the site had a complaint with him through hours. Most were for harassment or threats. This is where it got tricky. This contract was split up in a very stupid manner. We had 3 companies in it. The prime contractor and 2 subcontractors. Those of you with corporate experience probably know that you can't discipline employees of other companies, even if you are working together. That employee will have a boss in their company that you go to with your issue and they will handle it. Well, the PM was the prime company and the site manager and I worked for the same sub. So our boss asked what was going on with all these complaints she was getting from the prime and the other subs our department. Of course I explained the situation and also filed a complaint due to his decision to crack jokes about my then pregnant wife's vagina. I was almost immediately moved to the HQ building where the old manager was at and handled that easily, mostly maintaining the servers or playing on my laptop. Because there was literally not enough work to keep a single person busy at that one location. After another month or so, I gave my notice 2 months in advance. Yes, months. I was going back to school full time and also just had a child, so working overseas wasn't going to work for me. Communication with ours fell off completely regarding my complaint when this happened. I had a hard time contacting my boss in the US as well. Whatever, only a little longer. I hung out with the S6 and did my job, kept my head down, didn't piss anyone off. The day came that I was to leave. Told the S6 and emailed my stateside boss, as I had been told by ours, to not interact with the site manager. No answer from my boss, so I left as I planned to. Got stuck at the next base for a week due to no seats being available. Emailed my boss to update her to my situation, then went to update my timesheet as we are paid for all time in country. That's when it happened. I had been locked out of editing my timesheet, as well as it having been edited, and no longer reflected my hours worked. I was livid. I emailed my boss in the States rather furiously. She replied that day with some story about how the PM told her I had gotten on a commercial flight and left for home. So I asked her if she had received my emails and resignation letter detailing what my travel plans were. No reply. I emailed the our people handling my complaint and asked them about this. They give me a similar story. Alright, fuck it. No problem. I find their Facebook page, outlined the issues since they took over the contract, and then this issue with being locked out of my timesheet while being stuck in country with a boss who won't help me. This sheet is seen by everyone as it's public. I email the CEO of the company the same thing, then email my boss's boss to let him know of the email I just sent the CEO and how his subordinate has refused to help me. Edited my timesheet in a way which does not reflect my actual time worked per the wording in the contract, and that I will be contacting a lawyer over wage theft, fraud, and a hostile work environment which the company has known about for months and failed to rectify. I had my ass kissed by my boss making sure I got home alright and was paid correctly. Not sure if it's a blaze of glory, but it makes me happy to this day. Be me, 15 years ago in Auckland, New Zealand. Just a backpacker Swede trying to earn a little bit of money to get by on the other side of the world. Got a job knocking on small company doors selling crappy Christmas gift. Didn't do that well. One evening I went to buy tobacco and started talking to the clerk. Talkative gentleman who was curious about Sweden. We got into the subject of work and I complained about not making that much money. Since it was around Christmas he came up with the idea to try a Santa costume. I was hesitant at first, but found myself at work in a Santa suit the next morning. Boss wasn't too happy about it. He was pretty adamant about the shirt and tie thing. We argued a bit, and I tried to convince him to at least give me a shot. If it didn't work, I would go back to regular clothes the next day. I realized he wasn't going to budge, so we shook hands, and I quit. Since I already had the Santa suit, I decided to make the best of it. Started by going back to the hostel, picking up a pillow to fatten up the belly. After that I went to a store and bought 400 lollipops. Walked around Auckland for a few hours wishing people Merry Christmas. At one point I went into a bank and gave a lollipop to every customer. Some guy asked me what company I represented. No company, it's just me. Merry Christmas. He couldn't believe it. Looking back, I can't believe I did that, but I've never regretted my decision. This one isn't me, it's about my sister. When she was 20, she got hired on at this local pool company in Memphis, Tennessee. She was tasked with organizing the warehouse as they had just gotten some new fancy shipping/organizing software which kept track of all of their parts and could automatically reorder parts that were running low. She worked her ass off 6 days a week reorganizing an entire faking warehouse. It took almost a year, but she finally did it. 6 months later her current boss was promoted, and the douche below him got a promotion. She would come home and tell me that he was making advances on her and basically making it a hostile work environment. I don't know what he did to push her over the edge, but on the final week she was there, he did something shitty to her. She went into the software that the company had purchased and scrambled everything she had done. It took a solid week, but she faked up everything she had worked so hard in the beginning to accomplish. The parts were located in bins. Each bin was assigned a bin number. From what she's told me, she changed all of the bin numbers around so when the orders came through they had the incorrect bin number on the invoice. The picker would go to the bin, pick the part, and give it to shipping, but it would be the wrong part. She also wrote a letter to her old boss and mailed it saying why she quit. I heard that it took a very long time to get that mess straightened out. I was setting up a home internet network. I was in 10th grade by then, 16 yo, some experience with computers, at a house of a guy from my grade. I didn't need the money, but he offered first and his parents were obscenely rich, well above millionaires, so I thought getting some cash on top wouldn't hurt. I went and did most of the work, laying a few meters of LAN cable, setting up a router, some installs, the works. I was almost done and was running some diagnostics on the main PC, his father's home office workstation. They said before it'd be important to have a certain level of assured bandwidth and connectivity, and I wanted to make sure that what I had set up didn't mess that. It was all almost done and nearly ready. His parents had already left at that point, and so had he. 1 PM on a Wednesday. It was during summer break, so the only person left in the house was his 21-year-old sister, who was supposed to pay me. Now, to state this clearly, nobody in this house had any idea how to operate a PC other than browsing the web or playing some video games, for installing which they regularly needed help too. It was a 7-hour job. I had started early so they could enjoy their new setup when they got home. I even vacuumed the floor of the room I was doing this in because I had cleaned some of the computers out and some dust had spilled. The supposed pay was about 200 euros. His sister refused to pay me, citing some bullshit, obviously not true, reason that the setup wasn't satisfying, and told me I had better hurry up and be happy that they didn't sue me over what I told her to fuck off, and left with nothing completely working yet. And, having set all the passwords and shit, I even made some nice documentation. I took that with me too, and them having no clue whatsoever what they were doing, they basically were entirely unable to get anything running. Justice came swift on the next day, when the guy from my grade showed up with his parents and sister in tow, and made her apologize to me. They proceeded to then pay me twice of what I was originally owed, saying that half of it came out of her allowance. I went back there and finished setting the stuff up, and was pretty satisfied. Not because of the money, that was a perk, but more on principle. I was an automotive service manager after working as a tech for 17 years. These jobs are not hard to find if you have the experience. I had been running a key franchise store for a retired Air Force colonel. I was a workaholic, dedicated because I truly loved my job. I always went above and beyond, and my social life was my work. I had been in control of this store for just over 3 years, and I was pulling down record numbers and breaking my own records with a steady sales increase each quarter. Since I had been there, I had basically doubled the annual sales and put a killer crew in place, from the sales staff to the techs. I treated my employees very well. I always knew this was best road to success. Happy people work hard. I had also built a great relationship with many of the commercial businesses, and we serviced all their vehicles. And we had started hosting a Saturday night cruise, and that had a cult-like following. So without saying, I knew I was valuable and hard to replace. The owner of this franchise had a son who was my boss per se. The man had 4 franchises and his son helped him run them, so to speak, and his son had a case of the big head. Spoiled brat comes to mind, and he always showed his ass to me and the people who worked there, being abusive and threatening every time he came there. One of the local businessmen who frequented my store decided to buy an auto service franchise of his own, and he made me a job offer that I turned down. I was happy where I was, so a few more dollars was not enough to make me leave. But after he had broken ground on the new building due to be complete in a month, he came back with an offer that I could not refuse. I contacted the owner's son and told him I had an offer, and if they would meet me in the middle I would stay. I told him I had had other offers in the past that I did not entertain, but this one was enough, that I owed it to myself and my family to give it consideration. His initial response was, well, good luck, nice working with ya. I think he thought I was just fishing for a raise, so I said, well, apparently you don't see the value in me that your soon to be competitor does, so this is my official 30-day notice. He chuckled and said, well, I guess I need to put an ad in the paper then, and I said, you better. Good people are hard to find in this business, as you well know. My soon-to-be new boss was building his new store just across the street. They were using part of an old Sears store and then building a new addition onto that, and it was all I could do over the next 3 weeks not to say anything, as the owner and his son kept wondering what the new business across the street was going to be. Lol. They didn't live close to the store, so they kept asking me if I had heard what it was. Now keep in mind, the son had not mentioned my leaving or 30-day notice since we had spoken on the phone. He must have thought I was kidding or something, and I kept checking the paper to see if they had put an ad out, and they had not, but I had given him an exist date and everything. My soon to be new boss also asked if I knew any techs and salespeople who would like to come work for him as well, and he had gave me the permission to start interviewing and hiring, and of course I offered the positions to my current employees. No pay raise, same money, but they could come work for me at this new store if they wanted, and they all accepted, even the office girl. Well, 3 days before what was to be my last day, the owner's son comes into the store in rare form, talking shit to me and the techs like we were dirt as usual. I usually let him do this in the past, but now I didn't have to put up with it anymore. The new store was complete and I had the keys. The grand opening was in 3 days and they were going to blitz the local paper and radio over the weekend. They had put the signage up just that morning. And one of the things the son said was, you guys better be on your toes, we are getting some new competition, and I won't tolerate that being an excuse for any drop in sales, blah blah blah. I looked over at my techs and said, we can just move over there today if you all want to, and they all started packing up their boxes. I then poked my head into the office and told the sales team and the office girl, we are all going today, you guys can. I looked over at the son and said, nice working with you, and the look on his face when it dawned on him what was happening was priceless. By this time the techs were rolling their toolboxes. Across the street, the office girl had cleaned her desk out, and the salespeople were handing him uniforms etc. And could you believe this idiot offered me a raise? Nah, I said, too late buddy, I'm gone, and I'm taking my people with me, and we will be your new competition, so you better be on your toes. I'm pretty good at what I do, and I know a few customers that agree. We shut that place down period. The son was standing there with a full schedule and 0 employees on a Friday morning heading into Saturday, which is the busiest day. I was told he had a few Employees from each of the other stores his father owns come and help him. On Monday, my grand opening at the new store, he called over there and threatened to sue me for taking all his employees. I said those were my people. I hired them and they can work in a place they want to. You should be more interested in knowing why they want to work for me and not you. The owner called me and wondered why I had not put in a notice, and when I told him that I had talked with his son 30 days ago about it, he was livid. He offered me even more than what I wanted to come back, and I said not unless you fire your son, and he just could not do that. So I said nice working with ya. It put a serious hurt on them, not only at that store, but they had crippled the other stores short of help to cover that one. So they lost money out the wazoo, and many of the customers followed me as well. I seen empty bays over there for a long time, and the Saturday night cruise and that still goes on today moved as well. Ha 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 ha. It was golden, and will go down in history as one of my best days ever. TLDR. Quit manager job for new competitor across the street. Took all other employees with me on busy day. I created a spreadsheet that everyone in my department relied on in Google Docs. We had about 50 employees adding real-time customer data on this thing. After I noticed we were becoming reliant on it as a department, I told the supervisor that we really need to take it off of Google Docs and buy a business-supported alternative that was more secure and had guaranteed uptime. Supervisor never took my warning seriously. I'm assuming it's because he was cheap and didn't want to shell out a per user license fee. So I thought, well, okay, I'll just continue to support it, and if something horrible happens to all this valuable data, at least they can't blame me. Fast forward 2 months. Company decides to downsize. They let go of all the people like myself who were there for years. I found out later that they did this so they could promote newcomers into our positions who they wouldn't have to pay as much. Like I said earlier, they are cheap bastards. Anyway, my last day, I turned over my keys, cleaned out my desk, and was about to email the password to this spreadsheet to my boss. But then I realized that this was a free Google Docs beta document tied only to one anonymous Google account, wide open on the internet with tons of valuable company data on it. Then I thought about how my department was ran by the most incompetent idiots in the world. I decided not to email the password to my boss. Instead, I said my goodbyes, went home, and then changed the password to some long crypto password that I'd never remember, essentially locking the whole department and myself out for good. Afterwards, I logged off the master account, went and had a beer. Fuck those idiots. Not quite a blaze, but it was definitely abrupt. Also, quitting would imply that it was an actual job in the first place, which is debatable. When I was 18, I got a letter in the mail about a job offer selling sporting goods that promised $10 an hour. This was 15 years ago, and that was pretty good pay. I think minimum wage at the time was $6.50. Well, when you're 18 you don't see all the warning signs. Like, why did I get this letter if I didn't apply there? They must have been mailing them out randomly. I respond and was given a date and time for an interview. I throw on a shirt and tie and roll into this weird, obviously temporary office, and the first thing I notice is there's about 30 other jagoffs standing around with ties on. There were no chairs. They start doing group interviews, about 5 at a time. At no point do they tell anyone about the job specifics. They tell about 15 of us that we were hired and that we should go to a training that was being held that day. I show up at said training and sit down in what looks like a temporary classroom. Up front is some guy who softly breaks to us that the sporting goods sales job was actually selling Cutco knives. Step 1 for all employees was to buy a set of knives out of pocket, $400, to do demonstrations with. The guy who was the main person doing the training kept talking about how he used to play football for State College. He said it a lot. I could tell it was his thing. Let's call him Mr. Football. Next, Mr. Football brags that he made $30k selling knives in a year. This was their golden boy. Next, we learn that the $10 an hour was for each hour demonstration we gave that we had to set up on our own. Mr. Football recommended we hit up our close friends and family members first. He passed around a sheet of paper that we were supposed to write down all those people's contact info down on so we could conduct sales calls to all the people closest to us. We are also encouraged to hire other people and we get a $20 out of the $400 knife set they were going to have to buy to start work with. This is how Mr. Football made the lion's share of his sweet $30k point. At this point I knew this whole situation is a heaping pile of shit. It's a flagrant pyramid scheme that starts off by trying to bone you out of $400 and then pissing off all the people who care about you. I was in awe, and as it became apparent I started to look around at the other new hires trying to see who else could see the steamy turd for what it really was. Nobody. Everyone was lapping it up. The point I decided I needed to make my exit was when the knife demonstration person cut their finger open, pretty bad, while trying to show us how it's done. I wasn't sure the best way to leave. Should I wait? Do I need to tell anybody? Then I realized at no point yet did they even get any info from their employees. That really cemented the thought that this was a huge waste of my time, but I also know I couldn't really be held accountable because they didn't know who I was. I was pretty mad that I had wasted this entire day away while Mr. Football and Cutco tried to drift me and tell me it was a job. So I just stood up and made a beeline to the exit door. This sort of shook things up because it was a quiet classroom and everyone was watching the demonstration intently. I didn't plan on saying anything. Mr. Football, reading the expression on my face, must have known that I was taking a helicopter out of Sagan. He just stopped instructing and turned to me with a loud voice and asked in an accusatory tone, "Where are you going?" I replied that this job wasn't for me. Then he quipped, "Well, entrench his boots, I guess I will see you at McDonald's," with a sheet-eating grin. Oh yeah, I have a name tag. I couldn't help myself. I just blurted out, "This is a faking 2-bit scam, and if anyone here had any sense they'd follow me out the door." Mr. Football asked, "Will that be all?" I replied, "No, I almost forgot. State football faking sucks." I could tell Mr. Football wasn't bothered much about me dissing Cutco knives. He just kept his smile. But when I told him his team was terrible I saw that it caught him off guard. Probably because State is and always has been the laughing stock of their division. I slammed the door and pieced the fuck out before he could reply. Edit. Spelling. This guy in my neighborhood is legendary. He's retired and owns this beautiful house, which he was renovating at the time that this takes place. I'm talking new roof renovating here. Like 10 years ago. He worked in the offices of an insurance company, had his own little office, and was about to retire anyways. He was on an early retirement part-time gig, where he would slowly progress to fewer and fewer hours, and eventually quit working at 65. Thank you for a lifetime of company service, etc. This position, which gives the company tax breaks and government benefits, wasn't guaranteed per se, but the severance package in case of dismissal was so insanely cost prohibitive that it basically was. Governor wanted to make way for a new generation by moving out the old one, reduce youth unemployment, etc. The company is acquired by a big American firm and everyone is sweating the restructuring. This guy isn't. People get let go left and right. There's panic, but this guy's doing his chill routine every day. One day, some young corporate warrior walks in, 30 years his senior, and presents him with papers. Then he talks down to him for 45 minutes, explaining how this is best for him, and that times change. He's basically calling him obsolete, presents him with a file that details how his workload has been getting more and more inefficient, and that he's just not aggressive enough anymore. My guy just puts the papers in his briefcase, locks it, and smiles at the guy for all of the belittling. He just takes it. Then he tells him that he better go so Mr. Peterson, made up name for this, in hours and talk to him about breach of contract. The money ringer goes white as a sheet and runs out. 5 minutes later he's back. He asks, "Can I have another look at those papers I just gave you?" My guy, "Sorry, no. You handed them to me. They're legally binding. You'll be hearing from my lawyer. And thank you so much." Takes his briefcase and walks right out into the longest paid vacation of his life. He then sued the company for wrongful termination and the severance package just kept on growing. To this day, his beautiful house with the new roof and the extra dormer windows remind me of that story every time I walk by. Makes me smile like an idiot. I worked at a big box retail store where you can buy almost anything you may need for your home. Management was awful. On many occasions managers would verbally berate employees and make them feel stupid for absolutely no reason. Severely underpaid and understaffed employees were expected to do double or triple their normal workload because of the understaffing. I made a point of trying to get out of my store and work at other locations anytime I could. Inventory, building new locations, overnight remodels, anything. After returning from a 6-month overnight remodel, I suffered through trying to do my job for another month or so. Every day trying to accomplish my actual job while being piled high with a bunch of bullshit busy work that was nothing but a waste of my time. Well, one morning I had had enough. Operations manager happened to wander by at the wrong moment, and I told him, yeah, this is going to be my last day. I'll find someone to cover my other shifts. But if I have to work here any longer, I'm going to kill myself. He stares at me in shock and just nods. 2 days later he calls and asks me if I want to reconsider and take the job back. Nope. No way in hell would I ever go back to working there. I wasn't lying when I said that place makes me want to kill myself. Turned my second job at the time into a full-time gig, and I was much happier after that. I tried to go out in a blaze of glory and got my supervisor fired instead. Worked at an ad agency when the VP called me into his office. Now, Fred didn't have the authority to fire me, so he had to have a secretary there to write up the meeting notes, then take to our boss. Fred was an underhanded, shitty human being who had wormed his way to the top by lying about the people below him. I was just the latest he was about to sideswipe. Since I figured I was getting canned, I spent 45 minutes telling him how incompetent he was and how I couldn't believe he'd somehow conned our boss into hiring him. Only I used more colorful language. You are the dumbest motherfucker I've ever worked with, etc. I thought, surely he's not stupid enough to actually have the secretary write all this up, but sure enough a few days later, he came into my office with the transcript, which I happily signed, so he could take it to our boss, Carl. A few days later, Carl, a fundamentalist Christian, called me into his office. I understand you and Fred had a little meeting last week. I said, Carl, I used some language in that MTG that wasn't exactly professional, but I stand by every word I said. At which point, he literally reached across the table, took my hand and said, don't worry, it'll be over soon. A week later, Fred was fired. This remains the most satisfying moment of my entire professional life. Company unofficially didn't allow it. I was an hourly store manager working 40 a week. They faked me over on a bonus enough that I immediately gave my 2 weeks. I worked 196 hours in those 2 weeks, 116 of which were time and a half. Since we do payroll bi-weekly, no one above the store level could have known, and since I was the manager, no one in the store thought twice about it. A camera was there to vouch that I was there 8 AM to 10 PM for 2 weeks straight. Second time I was asked to work off the clock, I said no, was told it was a condition of my continued employment. I stood up, handed the manager my store keys, and walked out the door. Hours called and apologized profusely. I agreed to go to a different location and took a paid week off for my troubles. A year later I was leaving that company on what would have been good terms, but knowing it'd never be back, I ordered all new incredibly expensive furniture and a big screen TV for the break room, nearly $5,000 worth of stuff, had it installed on my last day. Store manager called me when he saw it the next morning, dying laughing. He said, you know I'm blaming this all on you, right? I said, go for it. I threw away all the packaging, so you're stuck with it. Tell the district manager I said to go fuck himself. The DM was the same DM who sided with the manager that had told me to work off the clock. Construction job. Small company. I had been there 2 weeks when the owner asked if I'd go to Atlanta, 14 hours away, for a couple weeks. Drove down with 5 very hungover illegal aliens in an extended cab pickup. The smell was horrendous. When I got to the hotel, my roommate wouldn't answer the door, even though I knew there was someone in there. After repeatedly knocking, I got the hotel manager to open the door. Inside was a completely stoned southern boy fried on crack. Because I was the only one with a valid driver license, I had to shuttle half the crew to the job site and then return to the hotel. to pick up the others. Every day I got to do only 4 hours of work before I had to start shuttling again. The crew of illegals were hitting all manner of utilities, but hiding the damage. The final straw came when I smelled natural gas, which means we cut a line. I knew my crew hadn't hit it, so I walked over to the other crew who were burying a hole and rapidly removing the equipment that caused the hit. I asked if they hit gas. They replied, no man, we no hit nothing. But I could smell the gas. I could see the marks on the ground that showed they were very near the gas line. This was 2 days before Christmas. I called 911, asked for the fire department. Standard procedure in a gas hit. Asked for police to be sent also. Walked to the pickup, grabbed the keys, threw them 60 feet away into some brush, walked away from the job site, about a mile, and called a cab. Got back to the motel, packed my sheet, took another cab to the bus station, and got back to my hometown Christmas morning. I got a lawyer to get my paycheck, and $1,000 in back pay, and never spoke to the owner. I have no idea what happened after I left. I'm late to the party and will probably get buried, but here goes. I was a manager for a locally owned, very popular bar/grill in a college town. I had worked my way from server to bartender to manager. The owners were two brothers from New York. The place had been in business since 1981. This was 2011. They are notorious for being assholes and difficult to work for. Add in some sexual harassment and you get the picture point. It's a joke in our town that part of the freshman experience is working 2 days at this place and either quitting or getting fired. Everyone who serves has worked here at one point or another anyway. It's a Friday night. We are packed. All the tables are full. People standing everywhere. Servers fighting to get through the crowd with their trays. I'm up to my eyeballs busy. The owner decided that the music wasn't being turned on quick enough when the band took a break. He followed me from the main area through glass doors into the dome, which used to be the non-smoking area, so it is separated from the main area completely, out onto the patio, through the back door, up the back steps, and into the kitchen, screaming at me about the music. How stupid am I? How faking hard is it? What the fuck is wrong with me? I'm too goddamn incompetent to make sure someone else does their faking job. And on and on and on. Point now. I had been yelled at in the past. That's part of the job there. I had even been cursed at a little. But I had never been screamed at and followed through the entire restaurant while passing tons of customers. I had never been humiliated. So I got my sheet, squared my shoulders, and dropped my keys onto the hostess stand where he and his brother were standing laughing with the bouncer, and said, I'm done here. Walked out without even looking at them. Point later that night, my phone rang for hours, dozens of texts, etc. because no one knew how to cash out the servers. No one knew how to cash out the bartender and do the draws. No one knew how to run the end of the night reports. No one knew how to make the deposit. No one knew how to do a damn thing. Point did I mention that the brothers had left right soon after me, leaving the new assistant manager alone, who had been a beach since she started because she had worked there years before. She thought we couldn't teach her anything and that she was better than us. She begged me to back and show her how to do the stuff I had been trying to teach her for 2 weeks. Needless to say, I didn't go. I worked at McDonald's for a few months not long after turning 21. I had this manager who was 18 and he constantly hit on me. My boyfriend and I had just recently broken up, but I was having a hard time getting over him and wasn't quite ready for dating. Point of course, that meant nothing to my manager, who kept asking me to go on a date with him. He kinda freaked me out because he was constantly scratching his crotch. Don't get me wrong, I get it, there's stuff there a guy's gotta adjust, right? But this was like a constant thing. Our coworkers nicknamed him Itchy. So finally I agreed to hang out with him and insisted this wasn't a date. He still tried to come on to me and that pissed me off, so I insisted he take me home. A couple days later my ex and I decided to give the relationship another go. As soon as my manager found out, he went from overly friendly to complete asshole immediately. My boyfriend, who lived 3 hours away, came to visit one weekend. I was absolutely stoked and wasn't in a terrible mood, even when I had to work that night. I was there for maybe 45 minutes and the late night rush had begun. My manager was running orders and his stepbrother was on grill as usual. They like to put me on drive-through, although I had warned them multiple times that I'm deaf in one ear, so I needed them to be loud and clear with me. Point twice he hands bags to me and mumbles that's it, only to find out he's handing me incomplete orders. I have to rely on the runner to get that right because between taking orders, cashing out, grabbing drinks, and handing orders out during a rush, I have no time to double check the bags the runner hands me. Point the second time he just snaps, screams at me, accuses me of being too stoned, and in la la land about my boyfriend visiting. Then he says one more time and you're out of here. I was completely livid. This is the Ashat who stands out back smoking pot all night, faking up all of our orders, and he has the balls to tell me he's going to fire me. So I took off my headset, looked him straight in the eye, and said no, you don't have to worry about that, because I'm already gone. I grabbed my things, apologized to his brother who says, "No, it's cool, he's an asshole, and you put up with enough as it is." As I'm walking towards the door, I turn around and yell to the manager, "By the way, I love how you were only nice to me until I got back together with my boyfriend." Flipped him off and went to open the door. I was so proud of myself. I felt like it looked like a scene from a movie. Justice. Retribution. So smooth. Point the door won't open. Oh yeah. The dining room is locked. Sheet. Now I have to turn around and wait for him to unlock the door for me. I had to save face, so I tried to say thanks as ironically as possible. Point. So it wasn't fully smooth and well executed there at the end, but I think I handled it pretty well. Still felt good though. I drove all the way home, feeling so pumped up. Point. I had a really fun weekend too. Ended up marrying aforementioned boyfriend. Everyone lived happily ever after, except hopefully that Ashat manager. My first blaze of glory was during my first semester in college. What follows might sound like a whiny college student complaining, but so be it. I was enrolled in pre-pharmacy curriculum, so class were tough. Despite the pharmacy only being a few miles away from campus, it took at least 30 minutes from my dorm room to the store. I had been working in a chain pharmacy since junior year of high school as a pharmacy technician. I transferred to a new store for college, as my old store was 40 miles away. I would continually get text messages from old coworkers and my old manager, telling me that they would love to have me back. Anyway, this new pharmacy had some issues. The manager was OCD and demanded that everything be just perfect. I was part-time. I had requested one day a weekend off, or every other weekend, and I told the manager that I only wanted to work 18 to 20 hours per week. After all, this was my first semester of college, and I had a lot of adjusting to do. The manager started scheduling me 4 to 5 hour shifts, 5 days a week. I requested fewer shifts of more hours, and less hours total constantly, but to little avail. Fast forward a little bit to the week before Thanksgiving. By this time, I was working 30 hours a week because other employees had quit. Full-time people were pulling overtime. I had asked several times to have my hours reduced. I was usually scheduled for 5-6 hour shifts a week. I really only wanted 3 a week. By this time, I had gone over the pharmacy manager's head to complain to the store manager about my hours. I was stressed. After a one-day hunting trip with my dad, I returned to work to find that yet another employee had quit, and I was scheduled 36 hours the week before exams and another 36 the week of exams. I quietly pulled the printed schedule off of the wall and put it in my pocket. I excused myself, saying that I had a meeting with the store manager, and walked out of the pharmacy. I went into his office and slammed the schedule down on his desk. He wasn't in charge of scheduling. Pharmacy manager was, but him begging me was the only reason I had stayed as long as I had. I said I want a transfer, effective immediately. He stared at the paper for a second, then back up at me, and asked if I had somewhere to go. I pulled his phone and put it on speaker. I called my old manager's home number and got the transfer taken care of in minutes. I thanked both managers, walked back into the pharmacy, said don't mind me, I'm just grabbing my coat, and as I walked out, handed the pharmacy manager the schedule with my name and all shifts crossed out. My manager was a nice enough guy, but he was a terrible manager. Other teams would come to us with questions or ideas of what we should do, and he didn't know how to say no. He could have even tried to say I'll get back with the team, since he had little to no technical know-how. But no. Lots of promises. If we had any backlash about something being unreasonable, for example, our solution is written in Ruby, but this team doesn't want to install Ruby on their machines. We need to rewrite our code in Java, the response tended to be, but we promised. We have to do this. We also had a gazillion projects going on, and my manager's way of saying you should be working on a specific one was to ask where are you with. However, you should never show initiative on any of the projects you know exist if they haven't been assigned. In our daily meeting, if you mentioned what you were working on and he hadn't assigned it to you, he would tell you not to work on it. Often he would assign tasks that didn't have any data to work with, but it required him to get the data for you because of security reasons. It was a weird company. I had a 2-week period of being told work on X project. Oh, I need to get the data for you. I will get that for you by the end of the day. And near the end of the day he would have an excuse for why he couldn't get it yet, but he'd have it tomorrow. Another whole day of browsing text-based Reddits, since every site in the world was otherwise blocked. Yay. Throughout the entire month of December, I was paid to do nothing. Conceptually, it sounds great. Until you're stuck doing it. I asked for assignments most every day, but I was given nothing. Near the end of the month, there was even a project that popped up that could have taken some time. But my manager's manager heard about the project and said it was a waste of our time. Quitting part. About the middle of the month, I started to make a long write-up of reasons for leaving. More than half of the write-up was how my manager behaved and handled things. In Word, it turned into 3.5 pages, single-spaced. I also did a shit ton of proofreading to make sure it sounded logical and well thought out. I didn't want it to just come across as whining. I'd also created some documentation in separate files on a lot of the things only I had worked on to describe how they worked. New Year's Eve at the strike of 3 PM, I sent the email to my manager's manager and shut my laptop down. It may not have been a real blaze of glory, but I'm hoping I helped the rest of the team in getting my manager fired. When he wasn't around, we all did nothing but bitch about the guy. I once got fired 2 days before I was scheduled to leave a job. Back in 2000, I was working as the head of the sound department for a non-profit theater production company in New York City. My immediate boss, the production manager, left, and then, before his replacement came in, I had to leave to go home and help with a sick relative. I negotiated my departure date and use of the rest of my paid time off with my boss, the executive producer, who was temporarily filling in on some of the production manager's duties. Well, the new PM starts, and he totally doesn't recognize the fact that 1. I'm leaving, and 2. I have this negotiated exit date, with some major days off with pay to use up my paid time off. And he wants me to coordinate the sound system for this event that's happening the day before I'm moving out of town. I tell him repeatedly that I'm not available, but he could talk to my assistant about it, and that he can ask his boss about the terms of my remaining time with the organization. He continues to ask me to coordinate the sound system, as if he thinks that just repeating the question will get him different results. I even explained to him repeatedly, by email and by voicemail, about my time off, and about the fact that I have to be ready to leave town by the day after my last day, because my mom is driving in to help me move, and we have a very short window of opportunity, because she has to get back to Michigan, so she doesn't miss her next chemotherapy appointment. Like, I'm really not faking around, right? Finally, we have a face-to-face confrontation about it, and by this time I'm just straight pissed. I go to his office, and he tells me to sit down, and I tell him that I can't, I'm too pissed, and he tells me that I will do the sound for this event, and I tell him again that I'm not going to, and I get super pissed, and walk out of his office. He chases me to the stairwell, and stops me as I'm halfway down the first flight and yells at me, "You're fired. I want your keys and your pager on my desk in 5 minutes. Fucking fine." And I continue down the stairs to my office to get my sheet. Apparently, he then got on the walkie-talkies that the whole staff used for communication and ordered the building manager to go to my office and escort me from the building immediately, to which the BM said, "I'll do no such thing. Bye." The time I got back upstairs to turn in my keys and pager, the executive producer and technical director were standing shoulder to shoulder in front of douchebag's desk, reading him the riot act. Oh, yeah, I was pregnant too, and, like, super emotional. That night, we were supposed to be having my baby shower at the theater that I'd just gotten fired from, so we had it instead at a little dive bar down the street. And many thanks to my good friend, who did some fast rearranging to make it happen. Fuck that guy. Working at McDonald's as a teenager, I was promoted to assistant manager and given new hours. Unfortunately, the title came with a bunch of crap that wasn't exactly what I had bargained for. Open to close shifts, 7 and 8 day work weeks followed by a single day off, 30-minute lunch breaks during 10-hour days, etc. We were short-staffed, so I grinned and bore it. The general manager and I kept getting into arguments over little things, mostly just being tired and working together too many hours without a break. We would bicker over something small, and it would turn into a huge argument. One day, my 9th in a row, I was exhausted and more than a little upset that I was there on a day that was supposed to be my day off because the other assistant manager decided she wasn't going to show up that day. She was the owner's daughter and my girlfriend at the time, neither of which made things any better because I got to hear the GM bitch at me about it. I had told him that I was going to leave at 3 p.m. since I had gotten there at 5:30 a.m. and he told me that was fine. At 2:30 he comes to me and tells me that I have to stay until the dinner shift comes on at 6 o'clock. I was upset to say the least, but didn't feel like fighting about it. About 20 minutes later, my brother and his girlfriend walk in and say, "Hey, we are going to the lake, so hurry and clock out." I explained what was going on, and they told me that my girlfriend was in the truck waiting for me, and that we're going to go out on her houseboat, which meant I was definitely getting laid. 17-year-old me didn't even hesitate. I looked at the GM and said I was leaving. He said if I left, not to come back. I told him to fuck off, took my McDonald's shirt and visor off, and threw them at him. I jumped onto the counter, told the whole restaurant that I was going to go get my dick sucked and fuck them, then hopped down and walked out. Yes, I got my dick sucked. Yes, I got laid several times. And yes, I was offered my job back. I turned it down, but banging the owner's daughter has its privileges. TLDR, was an overworked and underpaid teenager. Quit to have sex with girlfriend and told the whole restaurant I was going to do it. I may be a little late to the party, however, I submitted my story to r/pro revenge. Here is my story. I used to work at a busy local pizza restaurant as a pizza cutter for $10 p/h cash in hand. So my job involved cutting pizzas and sorting out the orders. Not very hard, unless there is 20 coming out of the oven in a minute. Anyhow, I won't lie, I would make a couple of mistakes here and then with orders. As you would expect, you would start talking to by the boss after each one. However, after a while the mistakes started becoming more and more frequent to the stage where I was getting screamed at. I was now triple checking orders because I was sure I had them right. One night I was up to 8 mistaken orders. Then I turn around and catch the mother faker mixing up my orders that I had organized and then walking off. I was faking furious. I was copying all this shit because this cuntbag was making mistakes. So after that night I faking handed it to him. I told him what I thought about him and his shitty restaurant. There were no safety or health standards enforced with the meals or anywhere in the kitchen tbh. So here is what I do. Turns out a lot of my friends ordered from the store, so of course I tell them how their food is prepared and how there is no respect for the employees. By word of mouth, one of the people still working there tells me their nights gradually began getting quieter. Than I thought to myself, how else can I fuck over this cunt bag? Then I remembered that he used to make around $3,500 to $4,500 after wages every night. So I did some math and established if he had been cutting corners by keeping people off the books, then he owed a shitload of tax and super to everyone that worked there. So I made a phone call to the tax office, and it turns out he owed them upwards of $2 million AU, provided he had been paying cash in hand for the past 8 years the business had been running. I'll just say, there is no more local pizza shop. I believe the tax evasion also landed him some jail time, so serves the cunt right. TLDR. Boss was an asshole. I made him lose his business and had him sent to jail. Not really a blaze of glory, but I briefly worked for a dog daycare chain. One of the perks was that employees were allowed to bring their dog with them to work for free, provided that it passed an evaluation. This was perfect. I could work with dogs, and my healer could come with me and run around all day. For safety reasons, employees were not allowed to be in the same daycare room as their own dog, which was fine. But then I found out that for the week I'd been bringing him, the employee in that room put my dog in a crate for my entire 8 to 9 hour shifts, without water or allowing him out to relieve himself. He even blocked each side of the crate with big plastic trays so my dog was in total darkness. Why? Because he was too hyperactive. I was absolutely livid. If he's being a dick, fine, just tell me about it, and I'll leave him home. Don't deprive him of his basic needs, and don't downright abuse my faking dog. This was the only job I've ever walked out on. The day I found out about what was going on, I left. I took my break, went out to walk him, hopped in the car, and never looked back. The owner of the place emailed me later that day, stating that he was disappointed in my irresponsible childish actions. Responded telling him to take his opinions and shove them up his as this will probably be buried. But a word to the wise research places, if you want to leave your pets somewhere, if they did something like this to an employee's dog, you can be damn sure they were doing it to other people's pets as well.